Hello everybody, welcome. This is the Carinata
Hello, everybody. Welcome.
152 and the appropriate
This is
mod there
the
that's going to make it look like a bush plane. I don't know if it's the NH Adrian mod or the Nadrian mod. I don't know how to say it, so I'm just going to say it's the Carinata with the mod. And we are at Riverton Regional Airport in central Wyoming, and we're beginning a series today called the Nowhere Fast series, and I'll explain more about that as we go. But suffice it to say, you see the 152, and you probably know why it's called the Nowhere Fast series. Let's get started. All right, so here is the basic plan of attack. The Nowhere Fast series is essentially it's pretty simple. It's 4 rules. They're all laid out on my Discord channel, but it's essentially this: we're going to plan an arrival airport. The pref- the preferred airport is something with no asphalt, and so I would love the bush, the off aircraft or off airport potentially, but at least turf or gravel, something like that. I don't want the asphalt scuffing up my big, beautiful bush tires there. So that's the first thing. We're going to build the airport if we need to. I don't know a lot about airport construction, scenery design, but I do know enough to build some turf bush type airstrips. So yeah, like Kinky Creek is coming up here, and that was not one that was super well rendered in X-Plane. So I just ended up building it myself. So that's the second thing. We'll fly the 152. So we have a little bit of a limit. I know the Cessna 152 can fly upwards of 300 and some miles, but the limit for each leg for me is 200 nautical miles, and I really prefer something more like in that 100-mile range, just because it turns into a bit of a long haul beyond that. And I'm flying this, as you'll see in a little bit, with basic equipment, so no autopilot, none of that stuff. So if we can keep those routes to 100 miles or so, that's preferred. And then we just repeat. And I'd love to have people come along as the series takes hold. Hopefully there'll be some people that can join us, and so it's meant to be interactive. It's meant for me to learn how to fly the 172, and it's also meant for me to just just have some more time flying these backcountry airports like Kinky Creek Divide, which is the first place we're going to from Riverton up to Kinky Creek. We're actually going to follow. There's a highway here up to a small town called Dubois. There's a little municipal airport, and then there is a little bit of a pass here that will help us hopefully end up at Kinky Creek. And then after Kinky Creek, we're going to head into Montana. There's a field called Metzel Creek, and we're going to head to Metzel afterwards. So try to get a couple legs knocked out. There was a little bit of weather there, but I've set my weather conditions to be nothing but clear and sunny, just because it's December and it's the mountains, and sometimes the weather becomes a factor. So I didn't want to have to. That's really the only thing I'm doing that's not completely realistic, is I have weather set to clear. And plus, I want you to be able to see the scenery. I mean, especially when we're flying in the Rocky Mountains, you want to be able to take it all in. So, all right, we're going to get started here. Parking brake is set. The flight briefing is completed. I have all my charts that I need. I'm going to take the flight control or the control lock off, and mags are off. I think all of the switches are off here as well. Radio's off. All of the circuit breakers are in. Primer is in and locked. Master switch, we'll turn that on. We'll just get a feel for how much fuel we have to start out with. We need to kind of take a look at fuel. We're pretty low, so we're going to need to add some fuel. At least half a tank, I'd say. And, okay. Oh, I was supposed to also, sorry about that, I was supposed to also put the master back on. Make sure that the flaps are working appropriately here. They're coming down to 30. All right, that looks good. And my trim is set for takeoff. Yes, it is. That'll be perfect right there. All right, master switch can come off. Let's go outside and do the walk around. The cool thing about this mod is that you actually do have to get outside and do some things on the outside of the airplane in order for it to function correctly. So that's kind of cool. Although I do have there are a few things that every time I check, it's like, yeah, okay, so I'm checking this, so what does it really do for me? One of those things here is taking a look at the the flaps, rudder, all that good stuff. There is no, I don't have any tail tie down to worry about, but I've checked the rudder. Looking at the attachment, it looks good. I'll try to rotate around here. There would be where the tie down would be if we had one, but we don't. That's not modeled here in the mod. And the elevator is nice and tight. I don't see anything dripping here. I haven't had the plane long enough to know if that kind of thing is modeled or not, but I'm just going to check it at least for the first few legs and just make sure that if it is modeled, we'll see it. But the control or the surfaces all look good here, so we'll kind of keep working our way around to the. Let's see if I can do this. Boy, I'm trying to get my keyboard commands figured out here, guys. Sorry about that. All right, we're going to come in here to the right wing. We do need to check there's a little sump here. And let's take a peek here at the fuel. It looks nice and clear, no floaties. So that's good. That's good. Looking at my attachments here, those all look good. Should be nice and tight. It is. Same here. Ailerons and flaps all look good. A little bit of wear and tear. That's kind of what I do like about this mod, is it puts some grime and grub on it, and so it kind of gives it a little bit of personality. Yeah, tires look good, nice and inflated. There's no hydraulic leaking or anything like that going on, so that's cool. Can I get up? No, I can't get up quite there yet. I am going to need to put some fuel in, so I will worry about that here in just a little bit. Okay, heading over to the nose. This comes off, and we can take a look at a few of the things inside here. Again, kind of interesting. I think this almost must work with like the Reality expansion pack, because it allows you to check things like the oil, which looks like this every single time, and I think the oil level and color looks good. You can also do a little fuel drain there if you want to, but that I don't know exactly what that does. And then I think there's supposed to be a sump under here, but I don't think it's modeled. I've looked for it, and I for the life of me can't find it, so I don't. Yeah, apologize for that if you really know how this works, and I'm definitely not following everything by the book. But yeah, so we've got the oil up here, but I never have had to change the oil or add oil. It's always kind of been right where it needs to be there, between 4 and 6 quarts. And then wheel struts looking good, tires inflated. We can keep coming around. Looking at the propeller and the intake, it's getting a few bugs in there, but doesn't look too bad. And the propeller moves freely. The condition of the propeller is looking good. Light Landing light looks good as well. Coming over here, I think we can step up on top. Yeah, right there. So here's where we're going to add some fuel. So we take the lid off, we grab the fuel can, and we are going to raise this up to, I think we can put 12 in there. So I think we'll put her up to about 8 for this first leg. And seems like, I don't know if we can do that. We may have to go back over to that other side for that one. This isn't the way. You don't crawl across the nose, I realize, but let's just see if we can't. Yeah, I may have to actually do it. May have to go back around to that side and get up and on. Let me just see. Take that off. Can I put? Is there a gas can over here I can access? No. All right. Well, we'll get down here. Extra tough. It's a bush plane, right? It's extra tough. So we're in good shape there. We'll test the stall vane. Looks good. Pitot tube. Let's take that off. That looks unobstructed and good. You take the pitot tube off, it takes the tie downs, takes the chocks off, all that good stuff gets taken off. So just so you know, leading edge of the wing is looking good. Lights look good. It does have, again, it's a bush plane, so it has that little bit of a curved edge to it. This stole kit. Let's come in here, take a look at the flaps. Nice and tight. And we'll check our sump. I think there's a sump, yeah, over here. Same deal. Should be nice and clean. No floaties. Perfect. That looks fantastic. Okay, back into the captain's chair. And I'm just curious. We're going to check this. Let's just see what that did. If that put fuel in both of our. Oops, I don't want that. Whoa, resume current flight. Let's not quit. Weight balance, there we go. Yeah, sure enough, it only put stuff in one tank, so I'm going to have to hop back out here and go to that other side and see if I can hit the step up there as well. All right, back up. Let's head around the horn here. Maybe I need to step up on this step right here. I mean, it's kind of a neat feature. Nope, that's not doing it for me. Yeah, that just closes or opens and closes. Well, interesting. Do you step up from the front side? I don't know. Get me up there. There we go. All right. Up on top, there's my gas can. There we go. Just had to have it in the right spot. Again, we put 8 in the left-hand wing, so we'll put 8 in the right-hand wing. That looks good. All right, back into the pilot seat, and we'll check that when we get going. Okay, pre-flight walk-around is complete. I think we're ready to start the engines. Let's get the door and windows closed. Our master switch will come on. Again, let's just take a quick peek at the fuel. Make sure we have pretty close to the same amount there. Not exactly the same, but anywhere around a half ought to be just fine for what we need. Beacon will come on. The mixture is going to go to full. Throttle is going to be just cracked here, about a quarter. Let's make sure our compasses are aligned. That's showing about, what, 350? Yep, that's a little off, isn't it? Let's spin that around, 350. If I can find my click spot here. Okay, that looks pretty good. Flaps we're going to set those flaps 10. And let's go clear prop Open that window. Clear prop. Let's see if we can get her started. Okay. Let that thing warm up just a little bit. And probably around 10,000 or so is all we need. In the meantime, let's check the oil pressures coming up. The oil temperature will slowly rise as well as things warm up. And I need to make sure the inverter, well, I got to turn this on first. Start to charge up. Where's my inverter? Where are you, inverter? There we go. Yeah, so that's looking good right there in the middle. We will set the radios. We're going to track the outbound as we head on our way. We're VFR. We're going to be pretty much VFR for the most part. We will use a few things just to kind of guide our way, because we are going to be getting up into the high country, to the mountains, and you know, some of this I'm pretty familiar with, but once I get out of Wyoming, I'm not going to be very familiar with things. So we will tune in, like for example, we'll tune in the Riverton VOR, which is 108.8. We will use that on our outbound, even though we're going to be following the Wind River and this highway, and we're going to be just kind of staying to the north of the mountains here. These are the Wind River Mountains. So we're going to be staying out here. We'll be aiming for this town of DuBois. So I mean, we have some pretty good visual references, but we're going to use the VORs to help us out. And then the other VOR we're going to use, actually the Dunor VOR and the Jackson Hole VOR, and we're going to kind of try to triangulate this little teensy-tiny mountain airstrip that's clear up here in one of these valleys. I think we're going to be okay as far as following this little road. This is called Union Pass Road, and then it comes into a clearing, and then it's it's going to be one of the clearings that heads off to the northwest a little bit. So hopefully we'll be able to find that, and but we will, like I say, it'll be visual with the kind of the radio backup, and I hope you're okay with that, because I know that that's not totally pilotage, but it is where I'm at, and yeah, maybe at some point in time I'll know these mountains well enough to just fly it by the seat of my pants, but for now I don't quite know that. So 289 outbound is what we're looking for from Riverton. So there's 289. That'll be outbound. I know it's showing inbound right now, but once you turn around, we'll be outbound. And we unfortunately do not have any ATC in the area. We're in the Salt Lake Center, so maybe those guys will pop on there. But for now, I'm not going to worry too much about it. I do have. Oh, my Active Sky has turned off here. Even though I'm not using Active Sky, I do want to know, well, you know what, let's just do this. And Agent Bravo 7 is checking in. Awesome. Glad to have you, Agent B7. Happy New Year to you as well. Let's see what oh, I don't have Active Sky going. I guess I don't get the ATIS. Well, here's what I know. Riverton, the elevation of Riverton is, what is it, 5443. So I would say our altimeter needs to come down a little bit here. Yeah, 80 miles is a long haul, and 10,000 feet is is almost flight levels. You are correct, my friend. There is no doubt about that. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to have you, Agent Bravo 7. Appreciate, by the way, the help with the 727, helping me get myself sort of the baby steps of that aircraft. I am really having fun with it, even though I am terrible at it right now. I am really beyond bad, but that's okay. We'll set our squawk to VFR, and yeah, I think we're pretty doggone close. We don't have to get taxi clearance because there's nobody here. We are going to depart. probably to the west. I don't know. I'm gonna have to look at the. I'm gonna have to look at the windsock. To be honest, I don't have any ATIS information here, so we're just gonna kind of do it, fly by the seat of our pants a little bit as we head out here. So go ahead and lean the mixture here for taxi, and all of my instruments are checked. Yep, everything is showing in the appropriate level. The oil temp has come up, so we're ready to, I think we're ready to go here. I think we need to, where I'm at, just taxi straight ahead. And is that right? Yeah, then we're going to hang a right up here. Yeah, it is. It's totally worth it. And I am not at all discouraged that I don't have it down after like my 4th flight. That's really what I was hoping to not have. We're right in here, by the way. I think we're going to grab Charlie 1, taking a right on Alpha down to 28. That's generally speaking the wind that favors us. So let's just make a quick radio call here. At Riverton traffic, November 11816, taxiing from the hangar area via Alpha to runway 28, Riverton. Yeah, there is Charlie 1. This will be the only asphalt airport that we visit until the very, very end. So I want to have this series go for exactly 1 year. I want to be making my last flight back into Riverton on the 31st of December 2020. And I have no particular destination in mind. I'll be honest with you. This first probably 4 or 5 flights is the only time I really have a destination in mind. I'm actually flying out to Washington for the Bush League event that's coming up on actually next Monday. So I'm actually gonna spend 3 or 4 days trying to get out there. It's gonna take several short hops. I think 7 combined short hops. It's almost 700 miles out to, I believe it's called Linden Airfield in Washington. So that's kind of the only thing as I was planning this is I'm like, well, where do you start and where do you fly to? And really I couldn't come up with a great starting place or a great destination. And then all of a sudden we got to talking about our Bush League events, which are the first Monday of the month, by the way, if you don't know what those are. I thought, well, what a great way to just kind of get things started off. Let's just fly the 152 out to Washington, and on the way maybe we can visit some airfields that we've never been to before. And that is absolutely the case, with the exception of this first one that I'm going to right now, Kinky Creek, which is up on the top of the Wind River Mountains, and it's just this little airstrip that's I think it was set there by the Forest Service, honestly, as like just a place in case you need a spot as you're going from between DuBois and Riverton, or crossing over the mountains east to west or west to east. If you just happen to need a place where you can set down, you have that option. But then everything else, I have simply just sort of drew a straight line between point A and point B and said, what airport looks interesting, and those are the airports that I went in and I took a look at it. And if I didn't like the look at of them in the default scenery, I did a few modifications using World Editor and made them look just a little bit better. And that's kind of where these airstrips are coming from. They're homemade or improved. They're definitely not made. They were there already, but they're things that I worked on. And so I'm just interested in seeing where the year takes me. Honestly, after we go to Linden and fly around, the next destination is to be determined. And so I think it'd be kind of cool to have some people I have a Discord channel, and I have a propeller head server. I think it'd be kind of cool to have people maybe recommend different airstrips, because there's a lot of places in that Washington state area alone that would be really cool to fly. So I want it to be as interactive as I can. I want it to have, for people to have a chance to fly with me as well. Okay, let's do the run up here. We're gonna increase the throttle to about 1700. We are leaned already. In fact, I'm gonna get up here We go full rich. We'll increase our RPMs. We're checking we're making sure everything matches up. First of all, compass. And compass is not still really well matched. So let's spin that over just a little bit more. Almost to 60 degrees. Doors, windows closed, trim is takeoff. We'll confirm that. Flight instruments all are ready to go. VR is in. We're going to track the outbound. That's ready to go. Throttle to 1700. Didn't quite get there. We'll do the mag check. Watching for a drop, a maximum drop of 125 RPM. That was pretty good. And then we go right. Should be the same, which it is. We're going to go ahead and pull the carburetor heat out. Check our our RPM drop just a little bit. Suction gauge is in that low green. That's good. And the ammeter over here should be charging. Yep, that looks good right there in the middle. All right, back to idle. Again, flight instruments all checked. We do need to put should have had the nav light on already. We'll put the landing lights on. Altimeter, we have that set. I think we're ready. Let's do this. Riverton traffic, November 11816, departing runway 28 VFR westbound, Riverton. Okay, final is clear. My flag is really showing not much in terms of wind. Get up here, check the runway, make sure it's clear as well. And we'll get started. So the other thing that I've done, I hope that's okay, is I've set the time to noon local time. I want to fly during the day. Obviously, you're not flying into these mountain airstrips at night. So I've tried for clear weather and daytime lighting. I'm going to have to sort of fly some of these legs after I get off of work, which is not during the day around here. So again, hopefully you'll forgive the artistic license there and just enjoy flying low and slow and seeing country. Just kind of taking her easy and just having fun in this sim. Alright, there we go. I see 28. That's the direction essentially that we are heading. Flaps is required. I'm gonna make sure that altimeter is on. We'll check. My V-pilot kicked off. All right, hold on here. Well, you have a checklist. Let's make sure we connect via V-pilot. C152. Yeah, I did not have that. Oh, and it reset my flight plan and everything. All right, so Riverton to Kinky Creek, which is WY30, and if we have to, we're going to divert to Montana MT47. That is Metzel Creek, which is our next, actually our next stop here. We are expecting it to be, I don't know, about an hour or so, and I think we're filing 10,500 since we're VFR. Ooh, we're not going to get 140. I'm hoping we get 100, but probably not. We'll put 100 in there just to be optimistic, and I think that says an hour 6. Okay. There we go. Now we're ready. Ooh, something I forgot to do. I'll get flying and then I'll throw on, there's some headsets here that I can toss on, and makes it a little bit easier to hear what's going on. All right. right, just like that, we're flying. Got to maintain runway heading, at least till we're clear of the airfield. And we'll make our turn on course. Trying to intercept 289 outbound. As you can see on our NDB, we have we're to the left of it, as is expected. But honestly, this first leg is pretty close to just being runway heading. All right, flaps are going to come up. Something I forgot to do already is lean the mixture. I think we can get a little more power here. I'll lean it out a little bit. Yep, sure enough. We are at altitude above 3,000 feet, so that's good to be able to do. Okay, flying, guys. We're on the heading to try to intercept. And away we go. This is central Wyoming. Yeah, this is my home airport. This is obviously where I pretty much grew up, although I split time as a kid. I spent my school days here in Wyoming, around this town, actually. Not quite in this town, but in a little bit smaller town. But I spent my summers out in South Dakota at another small town where I learned how to, I learned everything I could about actually prop dusting aircraft from my grandfather. And my grandpa, his name actually was Melvin Torkelson. So most of you know already my stream channel, all of my aviation stuff, the Melvin Leroy brand essentially is just an homage to him. And but one of the reasons why we flew through our VOR, one of the reasons why I picked the 152 for this particular series is this was the plane where he and I, where he took me up, I guess, for the first time. It was the first plane I'd ever been in, and first time I ever had a chance to, quote unquote, fly the plane. He'd let me take the yoke and do a little bit of flying, a little bit of hand flying. I don't think I was big enough to reach the pedals. I think he worked the pedals, but I don't know. Heck, I was 7 or 8 or something like that. In fact, the picture that you see in the intro shot, that's me and my brother standing out in front of this 150. Well, it wasn't a 152, it was a 150. And but yeah, so that's partly why I picked this plane, was just because I thought it'd be kind of a cool way to just pay homage to him, and everything I do on this channel, I'm trying to do to the best of my ability, just because I want to pay my respects to him and the accomplished pilot that he was. And so anyhow, that's all it was. I'm sure he would have enjoyed the heck out of flying into these bush trips. I don't know how much backcountry flying he did in his day, but I know he did a fair amount of turf and gravel, airstrips, because that's sort of what they had in those smaller towns in South Dakota, was farm strips and local, not even municipal airports, just kind of privately owned county airports, and they were just turf. So that's the idea here. That's the reason for the 152. That's the other thing that this series hopefully will help me do is just get better at flying this, just make another connection with him. Here's our river, by the way, that we're following, and there's a highway. It may be tough to see. We might be right on top of it, that we're following. I'm gonna try to slide a little to the right, and that takes us to DuBois. I do have a timer going because I have no DME in this aircraft. This is all I have. I have an ADF, a comm frequency, and I've got a nav frequency, and then I have my transponder. That's it. That's all I have. Even though you have the ability in this mod to put a 530 in, or you can put like an Avatab in that that sort of, I guess, a poor man's iPad / 4Flight. So I could have all that stuff in there if I wanted, but yeah, where's the fun in that, right? So away we go. Again, that keeping the river, keeping the mountains on our left-hand side. You can see the VOR. It's not critical that we are right on the money there, but that's just a little bit of a guide as well. Black Fox 403 checking in. Hello, sir. Good to see you. Happy New Year as well. Just got done watching the UW Cowboy Bowl game, and they did a great job. They beat Georgia State, so happy about that. And yeah, just getting ready to start a new series here called Nowhere Fast. It's all about the Cessna 152, my friend. So we're doing a long haul today, and it's 84 miles. Happy to have you along. Hope everybody at the Fox Den is doing well. Tell your missus I said hello. That's what I'm talking about, my friend. Yes, indeed. The Orbix Global base pack. Yep, that's a must-have. Orbix Global, Orbix Trees. That's another great one to have. It just enhances the entire world, basically, in P3D. So FSX, same deal. So great call. Taking advantage of that sale. I know it ends, I think, tonight. It might already be over. I don't know. It's midnight somewhere. Who knows? They're Australian. They may already be at midnight. All right, I'm going to go to 8,500 to start here, guys. Now, Kinky Creek, I know I have some tall mountains in the neighborhood, you know, like a 13-1. You get up in these mountain ranges, this is actually the where you'll find the highest peak in Wyoming. You find Gannett Peak up in here, somewhere, right here, somewhere. But anyway, so there's a lot of like 11,000, 10,000. But I think we can sneak. There's just a little bit of a pass that we can sneak through here where we don't have to get up too high. And then Kinky Creek is at 88,000 or 8,800. So we do at least have to be up, you know, 9,000 or so. Really, if we're going to fly at pattern altitude, we should be at 9,800. So, you know, we've got a lot of time, obviously, to do that. This first leg here to Du Bois is, oh heck, it's a good one. It's 61 miles. So I've got time. We're doing 70 miles an hour, 70 knots. Sorry, it's about like what you'd be driving in a car, really, truly. But we can go as the bird flies, as the crow flies. So it saves us a little bit of time. Oops, I went through 8,500. I'm gonna level out here. So yeah, I enjoy that Black Fox. That is a difference maker for sure. That's the closest thing FSX has to ortho scenery. And it really, the base pack does make a huge difference. You buy the base pack and you get, like, there's a bunch of upgrades. Like there's a free small airport upgrade that you can get as well, and that adds like a ton of detail to just all the auto-genned airports, especially the small airports. It puts different lighting in, it puts static aircraft in, it puts people walking around, makes adds some markings, makes the runways look a little bit nicer, the ramp. Yeah, that's a good. That was the funnest part of buying that base pack. I remember it's just what it did to like my home airport right there, which hopefully people weren't paying too close attention to, but it's a mess. I'm actually working on it right now myself, but it's a mess right now in FSX. There's been a couple of people that have tried to improve it, but yeah, it's got a ways to go, and so hopefully I'll be able to help with that here when I get a little bit of time. But I'm not too worried about that right now because, like I said, it'll be the last quote-unquote big airport that I fly into. It'll be the last asphalt airport that I fly into until I get up to Linden. Free Mesh X. Oh, okay. Now I don't know about that, so I'm interested to see what that does for you. But all that stuff, it really adds to the world, man. It helps, and it helps with okay, cool. It helps with the VFR stuff, you know, and it gives you as you're looking out and about, like on a flight like this, in the default stuff. Yeah, that river may or may not be there. That road may or may not be there. I don't know, but when you put the Orbix, that global mesh down, and I'm guessing that free mesh X probably only enhances that. It really is nice because it does help you out quite a bit in terms of VFR flying. All right, I need to bring my power back a little bit here. Probably more like 2300 would be good. We have climbed up over 9,000, so I don't mind if my nose drops a little bit. We'll pick up a little bit of speed here as well. And let's just do a super fast after takeoff check. My landing lights can come off. Everything else is on here. That looks good. All my temps and pressures look good. I do have both the cabin air and heat on. I know that seems kind of weird, but what I've noticed is kind of a little weird glitchy thing. If I only have one or the other on, there are times when I'll just start to fog up like a big dog. So I've just gotten accustomed to putting them both on. Now, I haven't flown this plane a lot. I think if you looked at the total hours, it's not even, I don't know if I have even 5 hours on this baby. I actually don't know. I don't remember where that's at, but anyway, so there's some things I'm still learning and kind of figuring out. And that's one that maybe I don't have to have both those on, but it's helped keep the windows clean so far. So we're going to go ahead and leave those on and not worry about it. All right, so here is, we just passed Ocean Lake. We're kind of meandering again up this highway. This is the Wind River. Pretty soon you're going to see Bull Lake, and you'll see Dinwoody Lakes. Dinwoody actually comes, the headwaters are, I don't know if it shows it in here, Gannett Peak, yeah. Gannett Peak, well, highest peak, I don't know if that's Gannett Peak's elevation, but that's highest peak in Wyoming. And the Dinwoody Creek is, the headwaters there comes off the glacier at Gannett Peak, so it's kind of cool. We'll go right by those lakes as well. And then again, we're looking for the DuBois Municipal Airport. We'll see that, and then we'll kind of start to hang and try to shoot. There's this first little gap in the mountains. We'll follow this little dirt road up and over and around, see if we can't locate this pretty big area here, and be a fairly noticeable, I don't know if it's a tall mountain range, but you can see it's 9,000, 9,500. It's a good 1,000 above Kinky Creek, which is 88. Well, not quite 1,000, I guess, but anyway, we'll try to loop around that. I think that's Lake of the Woods right there, which hopefully will be visible for us. And yeah, we'll just swing around and pick up Kinky Creek, and probably just make a straight in if we're able to find our airfield soon enough. That's the game plan today. And then the second part we'll share once we get on the ground. Kinky Creek, we're going to be heading up to Montana. There's a little spot called Metzel, and a little airstrip there along Metzel Creek. Not much of a tour guide, but I do know these mountains a little bit. This is the Wind River mountain range, part of the Rocky Mountains in west central United States, and kind of cuts through the western part of Wyoming as well. And big country, to say the least, but a lot of things to do if you enjoy the outdoors. Obviously hunting and fishing, but other things, you know, you can camp, you can four-wheel, you can ski, you can backpack, there's hiking trails all over the place. There's just a ton of stuff a guy can do. We have a very diverse mineral industry and natural resources industry. So there's a lot of gold mining around, and you can still pan for gold in a lot of places up here. It's pretty cool. That's actually something my mom, who's 76, she loves to pan for gold. So we go out and do that quite a bit. But yeah, a pretty great place if you enjoy the outdoors. Of course, right now it doesn't look like this. It's winter here, and this is all white. And I can't wait until X-Plane. I can't wait till X-Plane gets the seasons figured out, because needless to say, this is a little bit of a different ballgame. I honestly don't know that you could get to this airstrip this time of year. I don't think it's maintained. Not one of those deals, but so I'm taking advantage a little bit. In fact, there's a lot of these airstrips on our way to Washington. I'm kind of thinking, maybe not. You're not probably going to get there. All right, Black Fox, switching over to the TV computer, and then I'm gonna go grab some supper. Cool, understood. Yeah, we did the kind of the football snacking thing. The game started 2:30 local time, so you know, you eat cheese and crackers and stuff like that all afternoon. And then when dinner comes, you're like, yeah, I'm not too hungry. All right, and true to form, we're not even making 100 knots right now. Must have even though I have weather set to clear, I must have a little bit of a headwind here. I don't know. Maybe when I land at Kinky Creek, I will take a look at the weather or the wind conditions. That's still something I'm trying to, I guess, wrap my mind around just a little bit. In X-Plane 11 is the weather config. Okay, we're keeping our river down here, and there is the first lake that I was telling you about. That's Bull Lake. Fun place to fish. Making good progress here. The next group of lakes on our left will be the Dinwoody Lakes, and that's about halfway to DuBois, which at DuBois is kind of when the fun starts. So I will see how well we do. Most of these strips that I am flying to, by the way, I really haven't navigated to. I've kind of did the old, you know, spawn at the airfield and just check it out, see how it looks, fly a pattern or two, test out the runway, see how it looks, all that good stuff. So it'll be a test for us to find where these little tiny postage stamp airstrips are. All right, thanks, Black Fox. I'll check it out, man. I'm assuming that if it works for FSX, it probably works also for P3D. I'll have to take a look. Pretty happy with where I've got my P3D as far as the configuration right now. I really like the way that the world looks. I like especially the way my sky looks. I like the environment combination that I get with active sky, and I have the ENB suite, ENB shade and ENB DIR, which gives you a combination. The shade, I believe, gives you kind of the ground effects, the haze a little bit, and then the DIR gives you the clouds, the colors of the sky, things like that. It's pretty nice. I like it. I haven't found anything yet comparable in X-Plane, so I'm still looking for something. I think X Enviro might be what I need at some point, but I'm still rummaging around on the org store for something to try for free. Well, now that we're leveled off, we are climbing closer to 80 knots. And I've got about 16 minutes since we've departed. Again, it was a 60 nautical mile leg, so I'm going to say, you know, we're 75 knots, which is 86 miles an hour. So that should be right just short of an hour for us to get to DuBois, which by car it's about an hour and a half by car. So we're saving a little bit of time here. Again, I'm not too worried about climbing just yet, although I do know that at some point I am going to have to be above 8,800, because that's the elevation of our backcountry airport. Ooh, Downwind Sim has me on the big screen. Oh, mama. The only thing missing right now is the custom livery. However, still looks pretty good, I think. Black Fox 403 giving some more information there. Free mesh, global terrain mesh replacements. Okay. Very cool, very cool. Covers the entire world. So does it, so do you need that on top of Orbic's global base then? Do they do kind of the same thing, or do they work together as far as that goes? I don't, like I said, I'm not familiar with that. I'm not like Downwind Sim, who has unlimited SSD space for all this good stuff. So we're currently downwind, following the Wind River. I knew you were going to ask that. I was trying to anticipate. We're following the Wind River from Riverton, Wyoming to DuBois, and then we're making our turn up to Kinky Creek. You've been proud of me. I've been saying creek, but every once in a while the Wyoming comes out of me. We just passed Bull Lake, so I would say we're somewhere right in this Crowheart range. In fact, I would know if I could look for Crowheart Buttes. Let's see if I see Crowheart Butte up here. Maybe I've passed it. So, yep, DuBois, Wyoming. We were very, very bad, apparently, at the French language. When we say DuBois, we have a creek coming up called the Du Nord, which I don't think it's called Du Nord. I think it's Denois, if you were saying it really truly in French vernacular, but Wyoming guys call it the Du Nord. So yeah, there's a few. Gros Ventre, I think that's about, Gros Ventre is probably as close as what we get to pronouncing something appropriately. But then we have a bunch of Native American names, like Popoagie, which is spelled P-O-P-O-A-G-I-E, Popoagie. But we managed to get that pronunciation correct there. So I don't know. The airport project, yeah, it is. I'm actually working on version 2 right now. I don't want to share that with you downwind until I've beta tested it, you know, with my target audience, and we find all the glitches. Once I get that through the beta testing, then I will I'll open it up. I'll let you take a look at it. All right, so yep, I think we went past Crowheart Butte. Yep, right there is Crowheart Butte. If you want an interesting story, a local Wyoming kind of Native American story, Google search Crowheart Buttes and just see just read the story there. It's this is a local historical, culturally historically significant cultural landmark. No floating hangars, perish the thought. Black Fox, you were the one that cured me of that. So the next landmark that we're looking for, by the way, are the Dinwoody Lakes. When we get to the Dinwoody Lakes, we should be approximately halfway to Du Bois, which, again, we're thinking 60-ish minutes, maybe not quite 60 minutes. I'm at 22 minutes right now, so we're still on. I still see our highway down there and our Wind River, so we're in good shape. Oh, hey, downwind's niece Steph. Welcome to Prop Culture. Not quite to middle school yet. Well, you're about to enter the 3 most awesome years of your life, Steph. Take it from me. I'm a middle school principal. Don't listen to what those elementary principals tell you or what those high school principals tell you. Middle school rocks. It just flat out rocks. I can't describe it. You have to experience it. It's going to be a blast. You're going to love every minute of it. And yeah, that's awesome. Hope you're having a good break, getting all rested up. Hope Santa Claus was good. How was Uncle Ralph? Did Uncle Ralph come through with the good, uncle gift like he's supposed to? Because if not, you make him feel guilty, because he's supposed to come through with the best gift of the season. He's supposed to be better than Grandma, Grandpa, Mom, Dad, the uncle gift. It's it's a little known tradition, but that's supposed to be the Cadillac of gifts. So this is, by the way, this is the East Fork of the Wind River, and it runs up kind of through here, and it's one of the very few rivers in the area that actually runs all of them essentially run to the east, but this one runs a little bit more to the south, so kind of a different type of flow for that one. Harry Potter, oh heck yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's some good stuff. That's a solid choice. I expect, Steph, if you're still listening, I expect to see you in the Cessna 152 for the next leg, by the way. All right, there's Dinwoody. The Dinwoody Lakes are kind of tucked back in there. There's a really cool petroglyph site back there that I went to a few times, and I almost stepped on a rattlesnake last time I was there. That's kind of my Dinwiddie Lakes story for you. My dad, when he was young, so if you're not a Native American, if you're not an enrolled Shoshone or Arapaho tribal member, there's like a fence back there that it basically says you can't go any further. It's tribal land, and you can buy a license to go like fish in there. That lake is on tribal land, but you can buy a reservation fishing license, a tribal fishing license, and fish there if you're not an enrolled member. But there are certain places that you just can't go anytime. And so anyway, my dad one time was up there, and this is back like in the 70s. They didn't really have it well marked at that point. I think there were still some boundary issues as far as where there's a huge Indian reservation up here called the Wind River Indian Reservation, and there are a couple of towns that are part of a reclamation project. And anyway, I think they were still trying to work out boundaries and things like that, and they were trying to sort out all these little sacred spots that they were wanting to make sure that the tribe kept separate and were not included in the reclamation. And I think this was one of the areas. But anyway, my dad had this old Jeep, like the old school Jeeps like you see in like World War II movies, Toyota Jeep, and with the little tiny wheelbase, you know, complete and total rollover hazard. But he took that Jeep back in there. Well, he took it all over this country, but he took that Jeep back in there one time, and he got like a little further than he was supposed to, and he got legit escorted out by tribal authorities, armed tribal authorities on horseback. And yeah, it was not a good thing. So, oh, Steph's dad wants the SR22. Solid choice. You're going to be a little faster than me. I'm just going to warn you, Steph. But yeah, get her in that 152 and let's get her going. I won't have this much backstory, by the way, to tell you after this leg, because after this leg, we fly past the Tetons, and then I'm kind of out of like places I know a lot about. So I'm flying the wrong direction. If I was flying the other way, I have a bunch of backcountry strips all over the state of Wyoming that I've created and cataloged, and I have all kinds of good stories. The further east I go, I just don't have a lot westbound. So yeah. All right, so we're rocking and rolling. This is Red Canyon, by the way, and it doesn't really do it justice, but there's really brilliant red rocks through here. There's a lot of iron, and it just kind of, it's like for 10 miles, it's nothing but red. Really, really beautiful. And we're getting close here to the Three Lakes area. Tory Creek. You should tell the story of screaming. Now you're making me cough, dude. Yep, coming in the CP. Now wait a second. I did pretty well in the DC-8. It was the 727 that I maybe stumbled a bit. Oh, it's all fun. All right, I am climbing, continuing to climb. I know I filed 10,500, but I don't know if we're going to get there, and I don't know that I'm necessarily in a huge hurry to get there, because I think when we're above 9 or 1,000, I think we're actually okay. Yeah. Yeah, well, it's kind of our tradition, isn't it, downwind? I mean, Whoever's streaming, the other guy is poking fun. What do they have down here? Why am I seeing like, almost looks like a little bush strip down there? If there's like somebody that has a farm strip, why would they have it so close to the power lines though? I can honestly say I don't know that there is one down there, but I don't know that there isn't either. There's a lot of country along that creek bottom. It's cool to see though that they have rendered a little bit of the red. The neat part about this particular section of the mountains is that there's a ton of bighorn sheep that live in here. There's a herd that winter in here, and I'm not going to pick out the right one, but one of these mountains, one of these smaller mountains in front, it might be this guy right here. It's called Whiskey Mountain, and they come up here in the summer and they range up in this high country, and then they come down here to the lower spots where there's, you know, less snow, things they can eat, and it's pretty cool. You can get they're pretty accustomed to people, and there's a game and fish sort of conservancy like headquarters. It's a group of buildings where you can rent cabins and bring students, and they do, like our kids, this is only an hour and a half from my middle school, so we come up all the time, and we partner with the game and fish and do stuff. And this year one of the things they invited us up to do was to tag some of these sheep, because the numbers are dropping and they're trying to figure out why. And so they had planned a helicopter to come in, and they were going to net these. We're going to shoot a tranquilizer dart to a couple sheep and net them and move them via helicopter and bring them down to where the kids were and all that. Well, anyway, we drove all the way up there with our kiddos, and wouldn't you know it, the weather wasn't good enough to do anything as far as with the helicopter. So they did some other stuff, but yeah, flying tours. Playing with the sheep. No, there is a funny story though about a famous local sheep up here called Bam the Ram. And again, you can verify all these. If you Google search Bam the Ram, it's a little further up from where I'm going, but I don't know if this sheep came from this particular herd or not, but he liked hanging out kind of in a place called Sinks Canyon National Park. Well, it's behind me. We passed it. But anyway, and he was a local celebrity, but what he liked to do is, he would always get mad at the cars, and so like he would rear up on his hind legs and he would smash into the front of cars. That was his whole deal. And it started out, you know, he was kind of like, oh, look at the little sheep, it's so cute, yada yada yada. Well, pretty soon all these rich tourists got sick and tired of their headlights getting busted out. So it became a problem, and people would try to get out, and like tourists are, their brains shut off. They're like, oh, let's see if we can put Junior on top of the ram and take a picture with him riding the bighorn sheep. And I mean, this is a full grown, you know, those things get to be pretty good size. They're over 100 pounds and they're strong. And but anyway, finally the tourists got to the point where they got game and fish to relocate the sheep, and they had to relocate him like 3 or 4 times before he finally quit finding his way back to this little state park. And but it was quite hilarious. And then he ended up dying of natural causes, dying of old age, and now this town that we're flying to, Dubois, he's actually taxidermied, and there's a bighorn sheep museum in the town, and he's like the center of attention there, Bam the Ram. All right, I got to talking about Bam the Ram, and I drifted off course a little bit here, but there's still our river. That's our interstate highway right now that we're trying to follow. 35 minutes from Riverton, we're at 10,000. We'll get to 10,500. I guess I didn't know if we were going to get there or not, but yeah, I mean, Black Fox, you're fighting the same. I think everybody does. I think no matter where you are, if you have a state park, you have people that want to come see it, and then they want to do stuff. They want to get that picture of a lifetime, and we just get a little more publicity because I think Yellowstone, we have our fair share of incidences that end very, very badly. You know, and so anyway, yeah, I get it. It happens. They're all over the place. And I'm thinking maybe I drifted here a little off course. Kind of feel like I'm following. This might be. Actually, I think yeah, this is a tributary. I'm not seeing my road, so I'm going to come back here. I see my VOR needle is showing me I'm a little bit north of course, so we're going to head back this way. The other kind of geographic thing that we're following is we're just staying north of the terrain here, so starting to feel lightheaded. Now we're only 10,000 feet, dude. We're good. We are good. I did set the pressurization though back here on the engineer's panel. Right there, I squirted that little oxygen bottle a couple times to pressurize the cabin. I bring 02 or 3. Oh yeah, there comes Pinnacles. So that's we do want to go that direction. We're going to turn a little before we get there. And honestly, I think our airstrip is just kind of almost off our 12 o'clock. But yeah, you can see the Tetons are peeking through a little bit as well. If you get to the Tetons, you've gone too far. So there's a spot up here where we four-wheel, where you can actually get up, and it's hard to tell because where we're at, but you can get up on the mountain, and one of the places you can stop and you can overlook and you can see, you know, like 4 or 5 different mountain ranges. The Tetons are one of them. It's a pretty cool deal. So, yeah, I think I drifted here a little bit. So we're heading back in the direction we need to come. I think our main part of the Wind River is going right through here, and it'd be kind of a bummer to get lost on the first leg here, wouldn't it? Telling stories, drifting, going higher. Yep, that's what happens to me. I'm only going to 10,500. 10,500, I know for sure will be a safe altitude for us as we head into the mountains. No, I already called them, Black Fox. They know I'm coming. So they've got a team up near Lake of the Woods, Kinky Creek area, and then they've got another team in Montana there, southern Montana near Metzel Creek. So they're ready for me. I think we're going to just turn this way just a bit. Resume our westerly trek. 289 was the VOR that we were attempting to follow outbound from Riverton, by the way, so in case you're wondering. That's actually not a bad idea, Black Fox. That really truly is a technique that's used a lot up here in the high country. The old cookie drop. So once we get to the DuBois Municipal Airport, we're going to tune in double VORs, and we're going to see if we can make this happen. Actually, no, we're not. Can't tune in double BORs. We're going to tune in a single BOR and see. I think we'll do the due north BOR, which is 17.2. And what we'll be looking for, again, just kind of a reference point. So here's the due north VOR. Here's where we're going. Looks to me like we're pretty close to 150. Maybe not quite, so like maybe 145. That ought to put us close to Kinky Creek, and there's no sense in running any kind of DME or anything like that, but we could cross-check it if we wanted to with Jackson. And from Jackson, I'm thinking it looks like about 110, maybe 105. So 145 from due north, 105 from Jackson, and we can just kind of cross-reference that if we get up there and get a little turned around. I don't have any excuse today because, like I say, I have the weather set to clear, and I don't even know what I have the wind set to. So if I can't find it, if I can't find this first airstrip, there may not be any reason for me to continue the series, because this is not that this is the most findable airstrip on the initial tour here, but it's the only one that's really in my backyard. So I don't know. We'll see. It's the first, by the way. It's the very first backcountry airstrip that I worked on with the help of my friend Downwind Sim, and so that's why we picked this one. It's not necessarily on the way per se. There's probably a few more of even the ones that I made that are on the way, but I thought I needed to go to this one just for sentimental reasons. I mean, it's sort of on the way. Touch and go, do boys. Well, I could, except for it takes so doggone long for me to get altitude with this plane at this high altitude. So I think step one, I'm just going to try to find the airfield first, and then, yeah, I'm probably not going to do a touch and go. I'll be honest with you. I got to stop at Kinky, get a little fuel, check everything out, and still make it to Metzel. So, you know, this is we're already going on hour 2 right now of low and slow, or nowhere fast. Sorry, nowhere fast. Touch and go is cleared. No pie on board. That's a little depressing. Okay, there we go. We are at flight level 105, and getting close to, I think, getting close to our airfield. 43 minutes out from Riverton. We were estimating just under an hour, so like about within the next, I would say, 5 to 10 minutes, I would hope that we would be seeing the airfield. There's a little town here too, so we should be able to see both. And I feel like this is the river and probably the highway that we're following initially as well. So all of it's starting to come back in line here. That is the Grand Teton, by the way, right there. If worst comes to worst, and we were not able to land at Kinky, we can use that as our next kind of visual reference on our way to Metzel Creek. Again, those are the Pinnacle Buttes. It's good that those are to our right. Alright, we're starting to get into this lowland area. By the way, there's like a multi-millionaire that's building the coolest military history museum just outside of this little tiny town. It's the craziest thing, and it's not yet open, but he has hundreds, I mean hundreds, of vehicles and artillery and some planes, and I mean, it's going to be impressive when it's done. No idea why he decided to come to Du Bois, Wyoming to do that, but man, it's going to be awesome when it's done. There we go. There's our highway. Yeah, Wind River still running through, doing good. VOR's coming in. Probably going to be seeing our town here sometime soon. Just keep going up this valley here. And again, we want to go past the airport. We don't want to turn at the airport. If we turn at the airport, we're going to hit an 11,500 foot peak. We want to go a little past, and we want to look for, it's hard to tell there, but if I move that waypoint, you can see there is there's like a little bit of a terrain feature that is kind of a valley that we can head up, and that'll make our way up towards Kinky Creek. Well, Kathy, like I said, I wish that I had this much information to give all of the legs, but I just simply do not. So I'm giving you everything I've got up to this point. That wouldn't have been a bad place to turn, actually. I don't think we're quite to the airfield yet, but it wouldn't have been a terrible place to turn. So yeah, I'm going to give you like 7 legs worth of narration here in this first 84-mile section. Yeah, it's not really bumpy, but when I look around, I'm just hand flying this thing. I don't have any autopilot. When I look around, and I tend to drift a little bit here and there. All right, so we're getting close to 50 minutes. So hopefully, I'm trying to kind of stay a little bit to the right of the road. The airfield should be sort of on the the south side of the highway here. It's kind of up on a little bit of a ridge line. Keep my eyes peeled. There's part of the town. I don't think we've gone past it just yet. Yeah, who knows? Whoops. Like I said, this does have the option. You can put the default X-Plane GNS 530 in it, which, that's an okay autopilot. But the nice thing about it is it does have a heading control. It has an altitude hold. It has all that stuff, which, that comes in handy on these longer flights. But as long as I keep everything limited to, an hour at a time, honestly, it's doable. Hey, there we go. I think we have our airfield. Yep. Nope. That's not it. That's not it. That's just a road. Sorry. That's the Du Nord River right there. Oh, hello. There's a chance I've went by this airfield. We'll go just a little bit further, and if we don't see it, then that's okay too. If we don't see it, we can make our turn. We know approximately the heading here. We're just looking for, really, any of this looks decent. I mean, we're above all of it, so we could. Actually, I think that's my road that I need to go. All right, we're gonna make the turn, yeah, because we're getting into some terrain here that's beyond the town of Du Bois and beyond the airfield. So, yeah, I must have flown over it when I was chit-chatting and spinning yarns and all that good stuff. So we're gonna fly up here, and as we do that, we're going to be, again, we're just looking to essentially kind of aim for the low spot in the terrain here, but we're well above where we need to be. The field elevation, 8,800 feet. Yeah, and I guess Black Fox, I've went back and forth on that, and I'm not saying I won't, but just for right now, I'm not. Yeah, I think we've went by. This is a turnout. This is the Union Pass Road that we're going to want to follow. This takes us up into where we're trying to go. All right, so we're basically on the heading. But for those longer flights, yeah, it's nice to be able to lock the autopilot on. It reduces the workload and allows you to do different things. Like right now, I'm trying to try to tune in due north, which is 117.2. We'll see how level I'm able to keep it. And we said, what did we say? 145 was going to be the outbound. Let's just see if we can spin that around. 145. So right about there. When that comes in, we'll know we're getting close. But we'll also keep our eyeballs on this road right here. This is the Union Pass Road. It has lots of forks. It is quite difficult, quite challenging to follow because it does a lot of this. You know, do I go left? Do I go right? Does a lot of that kind of business. But generally speaking, we're wanting to head in like about the 213 is what I have here. 213. Speaking of that, let's just see how close we are with our compass. Let's level out for just a second. That's just a little bit, about 200. Yeah, that's pretty good. So 213 is the direction that we want to head generally. And we're looking for, I think this could potentially be it. There's a pretty large sort of flat area up there. Lots of cabins, lots of good four-wheeling up here. We're going to try to turn about 213 and just keep it rolling until we see something that looks semi-familiar. Yeah, and that's the truth also, Black Fox, is on the longer flights, you can set it, forget it. If you need to run and get yourself a beverage or do a little honeydew, you can. So this first place is not going to have either of those because it's literally nothing but an airstrip. It doesn't have a windsock. I think I put a static aircraft there just so you knew where you were going. But yeah, there's a reason why I picked it for the first one I wanted to work on. It's pretty basic. Okay, so this is what I'm looking for, guys. So I'm going to be, this is kind of hard to see, but this road here is that Union Pass Road. It zigs, it zags. This is a lake that I think we may already be past, and then it kind of like Sky Vector says, I just figured it out from here to here, but I think it just connects. It goes down here, and then there's a right-hand turn that takes us back up kind of to the northwest. So I'm looking for this little terrain feature. It should be a little bit of a hill above everything else, and if I just sort of follow that, I should be able to hang a right-hand turn and come straight in. The airfield itself, I think, is pretty much runs, yeah, northwest and southeast. But that's what I'm looking for, if you're wondering. kind of lost sight of our Union Pass Road. I think might be clear down there. Yeah, nothing over here. There's the Tetons again. We definitely want to keep the Tetons on our right side. That's a good thing. Maybe I'm on my heading pretty well, but that's a lost sight. We're seeing a little bit of our flat area kind of down here. I'm gonna go ahead and just let myself drift a little bit to the south. Want a lot here, but yeah, it's not. I made sure of that downwind. So the two cheats that I have right now for necessity is I have the weather turned to clear and I have the time set for noon local. I just can't. I mean, if I had a month to make this trip, that'd be no big deal. We could set regular weather. If I didn't have a day job, we could just kind of plan the days when things were good and the weather was clear. But around here, you could be grounded for weeks. The road on the 9 o'clock. Yeah, it's over there. It's over there. I see little hints of it from time to time. It'll come back our way a little bit as well. So we're drifting slightly. We're going basically south right now. Excuse me. So we I think we ended up over here a little bit. We saw that high terrain. Now we're coming pretty much back to the south. Hopefully we'll kind of intercept here and then we'll be able to make our way back in. I think this little ridge line here is what we want to get around on the other side of. Yep, there comes our little trail. $10,400. All of our pressures, temps looking good. Fuel looks good. This little bird is handling the high altitude pretty well. Yeah, please do. I think that's the problem, is that my weight and balance is a little off. You notice it's like I let off the yoke for a second and I'm the only one in it. It'll start to pitch a little bit to the left. I had a couple extra Triscuits tonight, so I'm sure that's part of why it's doing that. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to go this way a little bit. This might be a terrain feature that I can't quite get over the top of. There are a few I see one ahead of me at 10,400. That might be kind of the start of that. So let's head back that way. Pick up our Union Pass trail. This is a good four-wheeling trail, but you can drive. It's well maintained. You can actually drive a car basically from one side of the mountains, one side of the Wind River Mountains to the other, and go from DuBois to Pinedale, just like in your family truckster. I have done my fair share of that as well. There is no question. I've eaten heartily. I think I see our VOR needle moving just a little bit, so I feel like there's our road. It's gonna go around the point of this, and then it's gonna turn on the other side and come back in. And knock on wood, say a little prayer. That'll be our first stop. Look at that, we're making 80 knots now. Radical. Bing imagery, kind of capturing some clouds over here. They look like low-lying fog areas right now. Interesting, but not really what it looks like. Although it would be plenty white up here. Just kind of do look like snowbanks a little bit. This place would be covered up. But they do maintain this road to a certain degree. I don't know how far back they maintain it. I don't necessarily think they maintain it all the way across the top, but there are a lot of people that live up here year-round. Basically, they have cabins and they come up, and every weekend if they can, and snowmobile and hunt and just do all kinds of recreational activities. So they've done a pretty good job of making sure that the roads stay open. I do know there's a few places though where you can only get so far, then you have to unload, hop on the sled, and snowmobile your way back in. Alright, so this is the tricky part. One of these little draws is the one that we're going to need to turn on. And there is a road that takes us right, I mean it runs right by the airfield, so this is what I have to get right. So like I think there's a little bit of a draw right here that probably has a creek that runs up it, but there's no road. It's this gray road that forks off and comes back up in here. It runs right by. That's the dead giveaway. That's what we have to find in order to find the airstrip. And I think we just kind of have to follow. That's an offshoot of the road. This is the main road right here. Yeah. So we just need to keep going. You can see it up ahead of us. But like, you know, this is tempting to head up and in, but I don't see. I guess I do see a road going that way, don't I? Do I see a road going that way? Yeah, there's a road going that way, I guess. A little bit of a forked off. Let's just go have a look. No, it's not. It can't be because my VOR is still not coming in. Tricky. How far up does that road go? Well, that does go up there quite a ways. Well, we'll keep that in mind. If we go a little further and we don't find it, we'll remember that. We can just turn back around. Like we're heading right now, 150. We'll just come back on a 330. We should be able to find that draw. He says, not confidently. Oh yeah, that tempting. We'll go up here just a little bit further. I want to see what's on the other side of this ridge line. And again, here's my thought process, and I'm just saying this to get feedback. So there's a little bit of a rise at 10,000, then there's a little bit bigger rise at 11,000. Whoops, excuse me. I maybe just talked myself out of it here. 9,000, 9,500. That's high. That high ground is what I'm seeing in front of me here. Maybe that's that. I don't want to go that far. All right. Well, we'll just keep our eyes peeled. We'll go just a little bit further. I do have the timer going, and again, it's approximately a 23-mile leg here, 20-mile-ish leg. I've got 12 minutes gone by, so we're probably not quite there just yet. And it could be, for all intents and purposes, it could be clear around the other side of this ridge line here, and then that's the one, that little jaggedy ridge line, that might be the one we have to make sure that we stay, to the west of. Sound like a plan, everybody? You guys got that? There'll be a quiz later. We just in the business, that's called briefing the arrival. We are using, again, this is tuned to the du Nord VOR, and we are approximating that this airstrip is going to be about 145 outbound. And if I could keep from doing those radical course changes, that would be nice. So that's what that is, and that's slowly coming into play here. So that's a good thing, because that's convincing me that by not turning back on that one that we just came from, that's the right decision. Because again, that had a road heading up that way. That's the one that's back in there, and that could very well, we still might end up back there. I don't know. We're going to go a little further. We're going to let this come into play a little bit more. We still have our road out in front of us here. And we're looking for that V up here. We should have a road that takes us back and kind of to the west, sort of northwest. And actually, as I look at it, it should take us, if this is 145, it honestly takes us almost right back once I get to the VOR. So here's what I'm looking for. It almost, when you turn, you almost head right back on the 145. So that might be a good, it's not really a visual reference, but a little bit more instrumentation help. That's okay. Most people that would fly up here, they would have at least something. They'd have their ForeFlight strapped to their knee board or something. We're gonna try it without. All right. Looking for love in all the wrong places. Looking for that road that heads back this way. Downwind Sim, doesn't that tree up there look familiar? He and I have flown out of this country a time or two. He actually navigated his way, if I'm not mistaken, to an airport to the south called Haas Airport, Haas, and then back. So he's got a little bit of local course knowledge. I think that tree on top of that hill looks familiar. The OR needle is just about back into play. I don't see a road heading back that way just yet. I think we're getting close though. It's kind of a cool little valley. And it'll be when we start our second leg, we'll actually depart and we'll shoot right out of this valley, and it kind of heads you right towards the Grand Teton. So that's another nice visual for us, is when we make our turn to head towards the airfield. We're going to be see it here or not, it's hidden back here, but we're going to be looking for you can't see it, but we're going to be looking for the tallest peak on the Tetons, and that'll help us as well. So okay, I am kind of seeing a road that heads off that way just a little bit. This road though, it's pretty well, it's like a 303 heading. So, you know, it's pretty dramatically back toward the north. Well, kind of right in the middle, I guess, northwest. Getting close to being lined up. I think we're gonna have to make a turn. Maybe that's our road right there. Heading back up into the country. That could be it though as well. Winding our way back up. Our airstrip might be up in this area here. That's kind of looks like that little valley that we shoot through, doesn't it? What I need are some shades. There we go. My shades on. Oh, I know what else I forgot to do, guys. Oops. I forgot this comes equipped with noise canceling headphones. Is that better? Can you hear me a little bit better now? I don't know if that's a good thing or not. And somehow I managed to flip my seat back. That's kind of cool. I didn't realize that. I knew it slid back and forth. I just didn't know it flipped back. All right, so I think we're going to follow this road right here. I think this looks promising. I think the VOR's lined up fairly well, and we're going to see if this takes us. Hopefully it'll be roughly a 303-ish, 300-ish heading. And no, it's not really, is it? So we have a little bit of a, maybe, I think that actually might be it right there. All right, we're going to turn a little bit stronger. Follow this road up like so. That's not the road we just came down, I don't believe. Maybe it is. It might be. All right, let's keep going. We're on the VOR. We know we're going to be in the neighborhood here. We're not far. My timer is saying 20 minutes, so I think we're, you know, like I say, we're in that neighborhood. And here's the other thing we can do. We can track, we said, so let's get on this road. We said we could also reference it, cross-reference it with Jackson. So what is Jackson here? Jackson is 115.40. Let's just reference it really quick here and see. 115.40, and we said that this should be, or approximately like 105. So let's see how close we are to that. 90, there's 105. So this is saying we're still a bit left of course. So we're here essentially. Let me level out here and show you. So we were on this radial, but not on this one. So we're kind of up like in this area right here where we captured the outbound, but we still need to go a little bit to our west to grab our airstrip. Okay, so we will work that. We'll work this Jackson VOR just for a little bit here and see if that helps us, because that road that we saw doesn't really lead us on a 300 heading at all. So I think we maybe turned just a bit too soon, prematurely. Yeah, that's the guy. Did we follow that guy? That definitely does not look like the area where the landing strip is. The landing strip is kind of on what would that be, the southern side of, there's a hill and then the landing strip is on the southern side. Boy, there's a lot more roads in here than I remember. Downwind, where are you at when I need you, man? I need you tracking me on NORAD or something here. Okay. So we're gonna continue to go. don't know that we need to go too much further south. Yeah. That's really the only road we have in sight right now. So we'll keep that road in sight and looking for the first one that essentially takes us kind of back on that 300 heading. But we're waiting as well for this VOR to come into play. So maybe we just turned a little too soon. Perhaps we're on the back side of this ridge line. There we go. There's the Grand Teton. So we'll be heading back towards that guy here as well. So that's the other confirmation piece that we have. And we have enough fuel, by the way, if we end up not finding it. We do have enough fuel to get to Metzel if we need to. Alright, still looking, still looking, still looking. The other bad thing about up here is there's like a lot of little tiny small sort of unnamed lakes and very few distinctive lakes like we had when we were coming up the road there. You know, we had Bull Lake and the Dinwoody Lakes, and I mean you have a lot of these kind of pond areas that really they're not named per se. Okay. Well, there's a decent road. Let's see if that road takes us kind of back toward anything interesting. There's the Grand Teton right there, kind of peeking out at us behind the side. Okay, there's 300. That's a little better. That sure isn't lining up great with the Jackson VOR. Let's go back to Dunor 1720 here. Let's see what that tells us. See how far we off on that. 1720, we were approximating about 145. Spin that back around here. Yeah, now that's telling me now I'm way off of that as well. Okay. Tough to find. Tough to find. It's a little spot that kind of looks like that, though. I mean, just little thing that looked like that. It's just kind of. I know we have to be in the neighborhood here, guys. Have to be in the neighborhood. So let's just do a little bit of barnstorming, because this looks like the way out to Metzel. So I'm thinking we're closer than we realize. You can see how many roads. It's funny when you take off a few times, you're like, oh yeah, there's a road right there. It leads me right up to it. And then you get up a little higher and you're like, oh wow, there's like a lot of roads up here. All right, anything down there looking promising? No, I'm not thinking so. Okay. Yeah. Well, I know it's not going to be here because I have the auto gen roads off on my scenery. So now this is looking a little more promising, guys. Let's go see what that looks like. That looks like some higher definition roads, like maybe some ortho scenery type roads. With any luck, we might be in business here. No, that's not it, but that's kind of what we're looking for. That's 9,500. That type of deal. Yep, there's a regular road too. Darn it. Yeah. Got excited there for a minute. Heading back to the north now. Okay. Well, so I think we're just going to kind of keep looking up and down these valleys here for just a little bit. And you know, if worst comes to worst, I'm not above breaking out the map. I really am not. I want to try to find it without, but I also don't want to turn these into a 5-hour marathon session as well. So we'll kind of look up and down these valleys just a little bit and see what we can come up with. That one there does not look promising. Our main road, yep, I remember those little 3 mountains over there. That's kind of where we were. Maybe we go back and check out that first turn. Maybe we just flew right by where we needed to be. Wait a second, let's go over here and look. It's worth taking a look up each one of these draws. It's not going to take us long just to fly up and down these little draws. One of these has the airstrip, I know, because I put it there. It's just a matter of trying to locate it. I don't see a road that leads up to this one though, so I don't think this is our boy. Yeah, I don't think this is it. Go in there a little bit further though. Never know. I don't remember being quite so close to this big prominent ridge line either. Because we're going to take off. When we depart, we're going to depart right out to the west and follow that guy right straight out toward Jackson Lake. Yeah, this is not it. Alright, well, it was worth a look. Let's head back toward the road again. Let's head back. We know this is kind of where we turned area, so let's get ourselves back down here. Yep. So we were actually getting a little bit more dialed into that VOR. So I am actually feeling like maybe we were heading back is not a bad idea. Just trying to check my notes here a little bit, just to see if there's anything I've missed. You know how you think you've got it kind of figured out and then you don't. Yeah, I like how that VOR is coming back in for us here. So I think maybe that's the. I think we'll just head back up our Union Pass Road here and see. And I'll keep checking kind of my notes here as well. Maybe I can pull up a little more detailed map without pulling up the actual map function on our airplane here. All right. Well, you know, now that I look at that, so here's kind of what I just pulled up the Google image. That ridge line is kind of right there, isn't it? So maybe we weren't far away from where we wanted to be. Here is, it's kind of hard to see in this. Here's the Union Pass Road that we're talking about. It follows the Green River, and then right down here is where it turns back, and it almost backtracks, and then it leads off up through here. It kind of has that little horseshoe. So that is what we're attempting to find, but not having much luck. So we're right on the VOR now, though. So let's see. Do we have any kind of a draw that heads up here? This one kind of does. It doesn't really have. I don't know this area super well, but that definitely does not look like the area. Now this area here to the left has some possibilities. Am I kind of seeing a road that runs up there as well? We're right on the VOR anyway. Well, let's just take a look up here and see what we find. Something's bound to happen here at some point in time. Kind of our drop dead point here, I think, would be, well, if worse came to worse, we could just go back to Du Bois and fuel up there. Of course, I didn't find that airfield either, did I? Alright, well, we'll just kind of see here. We'll check this ridge line. We'll check. I mean, we'll just keep kind of flying up these little draws and back and forth, and one of these is going to be it, because again, the one thing I do know is this is the little gap that we shoot on our way out to Metzel Creek. God, I'm kind of almost seeing, do I just have like yeah, that's not it. I've seen a little bit of light patch, a little light strip right there. I thought maybe that's our boy. It's not. Drat. Yep, and we're a little off, so it almost feels like we need to be over one more ridge line here. Let's just see. Fills you with a lot of confidence, I'm sure, that I'm going to be able to find my way. I've got to pick my way through the mountains of Idaho to get to some of these places. After Metzel Creek, if I find this airfield, after Metzel, which is the next one I have to find in Montana, then I have to find one called Lewis and Clark Field. Alright, so there's that kind of that ridge line, though, that it looks like on the map, it looks like that ridge line is maybe right here, this guy right here. So you know, maybe I'm in the neighborhood. What's my VOR say? Yeah, it says I'm actually not. We're going to go up here and take a look, though, anyway, just to make sure. VOR is saying that I am. I'm flying south. Let's get turned toward it here and see. Yeah, it's saying that I'm right of course. So maybe it's on the other side here, potentially, of that ridge line. I do want to keep that. I want want to keep that white ridgeline though kind of in mind, because I think we're nearby that. So let's go up here just a ways. Maybe I'm not going far enough in to my little areas here. Maybe I need to come farther, because I'm heading kind of on that 300 course, and maybe I'm just not quite getting in there far enough. Oh, now it's changed around and I'm tracking towards. Ooh, it flipped over on me. It was going towards for a second, now away. So I don't know how accurate that really truly is now. Kind of wondering about it. You know, I don't think this is the one, and here's why. I think if I see this ridge, there looks like another little ridge line in between the airfield and that prominent ridge line. So I'm almost feeling like I need to be on the other side of this guy right here. Okay, let's do that. Let's come in here a little ways, a little further, and see. I'm not really even worried about the VOR anymore, because I don't know if that's telling me much. I also don't know, in the mountains sometimes you don't get that signal too, so we may be blocked here from the Dunor. Maybe it would be better. You know, we might be blocked from the Jackson one also. So that's just kind of part of why I think VORs are helpful, but you're definitely not you're definitely not banking everything on a VOR. All right, so this for sure is not where we need to go, but maybe if I can get on the other side of that little ridge line, I might have some better luck. We'll just keep working our way down here. This is called Bacon Ridge, according to Google Map. That's a pretty awesome name. Really, truly. Bacon Ridge. I like that. Who knew? Alright, so it looks like this ridge is dropping away a little bit, so I'm going to come around and see what's on the other side. Yeah, just see what's on the other side. We're at 10,000 feet, so we're still well above the airfield, which is 8,800. We have plenty of fuel. We still have a quarter of a tank, so we've only used half our fuel so far. Again, if we have to, if worst comes to worst, we have one of two choices. We could try to find Metzel Creek, or we could go back toward Du Bois and just get some fuel there. Fuel up and maybe tune in the GNS 530. No, never. Okay, we're coming around, and yeah, I see there's the road. We tracked that road out, so I wonder if a guy could follow the road back in. I'm not seeing a whole lot. Something maybe down there. I think that road is the road that leads us out. We kind of try to head that direction. Maybe I can track it back the opposite way. Where is that road? That looks interesting down there. Not seeing anything down there, actually. But I am curious to see if I can grab this road and maybe follow it backward, where it takes me. The road I'm hoping I'm looking at here is this one. Whoops. Let me pull that up here. I hope this is the road that I'm seeing right here, and it'll take me again right to it, essentially. Yeah, this is why you do so many passenger charters. Yeah, this is a fun way to see the country, no doubt about it. All right, well, for what it's worth, my VOR has gone completely off the wagon here, so I am truly trying to see if I can find this road and see where it takes me. Hopefully it'll lead me back kind of through this area, I would guess. All right, there it is. In the meantime, I'm trying to make sure I'm not flying right over the top of it. You never know. So 030 was taking me up to the airfield. 120 should be taking it away. If Downwind Sim was in here, he would have found it already, and he'd probably be sitting there going, hey, I'm doing patterns. I'm doing traffic patterns at Kinky Creek. Where are you? Give me a position report. Well, and we are equipped, I guess, to make an off-field landing. I mean, we have the big Tundra tires, but you know, darn it, I did so much work on this airfield. I'm using air quotes on that, by the way. I didn't do a ton of work, but yeah, pattern Charlie for an hour. Would be kind of nice if I could find it. So there's the road, and it's going generally south. Kind of heading me back. I certainly am not seeing anything that's on this side of Bacon Ridge. Sticky tire, downwind sim. I'm not completely lost, but yeah, kind of typical lost. I know I'm in Wyoming. I know I'm in the Wind River Mountains of Wyoming. And I know I'm probably within 10 miles of Kinky Creek, but oh, there's a road. See that road? There's a road and a ranch. Does that road just kind of end? Does it keep going? It kind of ends over there, doesn't it? So yeah, down when I'm semi lost, I am just not quite getting my bearings here. But I feel like I say, I feel like I'm fairly close, but I am about to break out the map. I'll be honest with you. I'm about to go Dora the Explorer on you and get the map. Here's what I think I'm at downwind. I think this is, in my window, I think this is Bacon Ridge. And I've attempted to fly around this side and find this road that will take me, there's the airfield. It just takes me right up to it. But I have not been successful in locating that road and or the airfield just yet. So if I break out the map, I might as well break out the GTN 530. I mean, just to see what's going on. Bacon Ridge over by Egg Ranch. Toast. We do need Toast Airfield. Kind of getting to that point. Yeah, and now really truly this is where Downwind Sim would be making his all these roads look the same joke, because they kind of do. Heading back out here to kind of the Three Sisters. Man, that looks. I mean, it's this kind of country where the airfield is, guys. I promise you, it really, really, truly is. Fuel status? Oh, we have plenty. We've got a quarter of a tank, so I mean, I've only burned half the fuel that I have planned for the trip, so we could make it back to Du Bois if we had to. It's just the flight of shame is all. It's the backtrack of shame. Yeah, that's not it. That is not, unfortunately, not it. So, okay, so we could, yeah, and this is not my scenery because I wouldn't have these paved roads on the dirt road. So, all right, what is the area? The area. This is the area. That's the airstrip area. If you want to try to take a look see. So let me see if I can do this. Let me see if I can find these three little mountains here, because we've been doing a lot of work off of those three mountains. 1, 2, 3. There they are. Those 1, 2, 3 right there. So they are quite a ways south of where we need to be, aren't they? They're way down here. So I need to track myself back up. So perhaps that was not Bacon Ridge I was looking at. Give me a mountain name. I don't. There isn't a. It's the Rocky Mountains. It's the Wind River Mountain Range. It's Union Pass. It's Bacon Ridge. It's Gypsum Mountain. If you just zoom out, you'll see. So I think what I'm going to do is this. I think I'm seeing these three mountains because I've been using them kind of as my guide. I'm going to head back north. What would happen? Can I do this? Can I do directions? How about, can I measure a distance? Maybe I can measure a distance. Directions from here. No, distance. How far? To right there to right here. So 5, 10, 15. Say I'm 20 miles or so. Yeah, I'm quite a ways actually. So I went way too far south. So let's head back up. So we're gonna head up the valley here, and I'm guessing maybe that very first valley that we saw, that might have been our turn after all. I mean, we kind of looked at it and I hemmed and hawed about it, and yeah, Du Bois is yeah, just back to the north, kind of northeast-ish. Activating Fox resource tracking. Very good. I need it. That's going to be my plan for now. I'm dropped down to 9,000. I got to get my altitude back up though, guys, because 8,800 is the field still. And okay, so I'm just taking again these three mountains. I'm going to head north up this valley, back up the valley here toward, essentially toward that same that initial valley that I thought might have been our boy. So this is called, you'll love this. This is called Black Butte. We'd call it Black Butte around here. This is Middle Butte, and apparently this doesn't have a name. How can that not be named? Huh. And there is a place down here apparently called The Place Restaurant and Bar. So maybe we'll just stop and have a quick drink. Kitty Monster's checking in. Glad to have you, Kenny. I'm lost in the mountains of Wyoming right now, but I think I'm getting a little less lost thanks to Google Map. But I have not given up yet. I've not given in to the temptation to just push M and find my way. Blue Fox, hello. Thank goodness. We need your guidance here. So Blue Fox, I'm looking for an airstrip called Kinky Creek WY30 airstrip. It's in the mountains of Wyoming. I posted the lat and lon right above there, yeah, I've just found I've been working off of these 3 buttes pretty much as my main sort of home base for about the last probably half hour. And so what I'm going to do is I'm noticing that I actually have ended up way south of where I need to be. I'm 20 miles, a good 20 miles south. So I'm getting back here. This is Black Butte, the biggest of the ones. I'm going to follow the creek. This is Green River. I'm going to follow it back up. And I honestly, I think I went right by the turn when I first was coming in here, and I talked myself out of it because I was looking at the VOR. All right, so there's Black Butte. Let's make our turn. Oh, I sure can. It is right here. Anything for you, Mrs. Fox. So up we go. Heading up the creek without a paddle. Actually, I think this is downstream. And we're gonna time about 20 minutes. It won't be quite 20 minutes because we're making 80 knots right now, which is like almost 100 miles an hour, right? Anybody want to do some mental math? I know we're not calculating the wind also, but 80 knots. Miles per hour. Yeah, 102 miles per hour. So, yeah, so downwind, I think I ended up going, yeah, you thought I was messing with you, Blue Fox. Or no, it was your husband that thought I was messing with him. Yeah, right south of Bacon Ridge. How great of a name is that? But yeah, downwind, what I ended up doing, I think, is I ended up going about 20 miles too far to the south. When I first came up and sort of crested the ridge there, I saw what I thought was a potential spot for us to head back. I thought maybe that was it, but the VOR needle was not really, it wasn't lining up quite yet. Yeah, Kinky Creek trailhead right there. You'll see a little teensy tiny airstrip. I mean, it's a little booger right in here, right there. But yeah, I'm estimating again approximately 20 miles. I just kind of turned at Black Butte here, and I'm heading back up the road and the Green River, and I'm just gonna go back up to that. There's Klondike Hill. I should be able to. That should be pretty prevalent there, and I should be able to find. I'll see where the road forks, hopefully, and then I can follow. It forks again, and I can follow that up. It's road number 600 that I'm looking for. But yeah, I think my mistake was just simply I just went too far past it. Yeah, we four-wheel up here actually, Kenny, and it's I've never been to this airstrip, but next summer I'm going because I've been all around this area. I just haven't quite gone this far on the trail. So anyway, yeah, there's supposed to be some kind of a bar down there according to Google Maps. All right, so yeah, 20 miles at 100 miles an hour. That's not going to take us very long. 12 minutes. So we're 3 minutes in. We're just heading back up the road. There may be, is that one of the splits of the road potentially? Can't tell. That might be one of the intersections. Yep, that looks like it is. Okay, so let's kind of stay left. Yep, and it parallels it for a while, and then it should split off again to the left. Well, this is Union Pass Road right here. Union Pass Road, but what happened to me, like I said, is I think I just went a little too far past. All right. Whoops. So I'm looking for Klondike Hill. Do you suppose this is Klondike Hill? Does that look kind of like Klondike Hill? Once I get past Klondike Hill, I want to head up this ridge line right here. Maybe that's Bacon Ridge. Does that look kind of bacony to you? So Union Pass Road, yeah, it kind of snakes all over the place. It twists and turns, and it has lots of forks and lots of offshoots, which makes it, like up here, because the area is so flat, there's just like a bunch of places where people have built cabins, and so there's all these little like cul-de-sacs that are built out, and all these little neighborhoods, you know. They don't have anything, they don't have any utilities or anything, but they're just all over the place. All right, I think that we're going to call this Klondike Hill, and I think we're going to follow this little ridge line right up here. I see this road forking off again. This is what I'm seeing. We've got the main Union Pass Road. We have the initial fork, and then I think we have this other fork that's heading up here, and this is the one we want to follow. This looks a little more promising, guys. This looks a little bit more like the area where I built that scenery. So let's cross my fingers. Maybe. We are 6 minutes from Black Butte, so that would correspond. We want to be, like we said, it'd be 12 minutes or so to cover 20 miles, so that would be potentially where we're going. As I'm looking at the Google map, does it split again? Yes, it does. So I am seeing a little bit. I'm seeing, as I look at the Google map, we're on here, and then it does split again and wrap around the mountain. We want to keep going. We want to keep going this way, kind of west. And that's what I think I see ahead of us. I think I see it wrapping around. We want to keep going this direction. Okay, feeling a little better about this, guys. Doesn't mean we're on the right track, though. Just means I'm feeling like we're at least more in the ballpark. And again, if I'm looking at the VOR, that really didn't help me a whole heck of a lot. So Kinky Creek Divide Airport, yeah, from Klondike Hill, Kinky Creek Divide Airport is approximately northwest, about 10 o'clock. Okay, so that would make sense then. If we're calling this Klondike Hill, I think we're coming up about 10 o'clock. So I think we'll just skirt the ridge here, and then I see. So I'm seeing Bacon Ridge. I think we're about right here right now, guys. I'm seeing Bacon Ridge, and I'm seeing this little hill right in front of us that we have to stay to the left of. So I'm seeing Bacon Ridge, and I'm seeing this little hill, and I think we need to stay to the left. Guys, I think we might have found it. Team, propeller heads. I think I see a grass strip. Hey, hello, beautiful. We're gonna make straight in. Boy, oh boy, was this hard to find. All right, flaps 1. We are gonna leave our mixture for maximum power. We're not going to go full rich here because we're at altitude. We are, again, 8,800 is what we're shooting for. Second notch of flaps coming in here. And we're like an approach speed right in that sort of that 60 to 70 range. Our ref speed here is going to be down between 40 and 50. We're going to consider this a soft field landing. Hooey. That was tough, but kind of fun. I hope they're not all this tough to find, guys. Let's see if we can get it landed before we pat ourselves on the back, though. All right, getting there. About 300 to go. Final notch of flaps coming in. Speed's down below 50. This is a tricycle wheel gear, so it's a little different than my tail dragger that I'm kind of used to flying up here, so I do have to take that into account. Again, no idea what the wind is doing. I'm just basing this totally on, normally the wind is kind of out of the west here. And we're down, and there's the static airplane that I put in. So I do know we're in the right spot. Woohoo! Yes. That was a kick in the butt, you guys. Sorry I didn't just make that turn like literally 45 minutes ago. we would have been in great shape. Oh well, live and learn. Okay, I want to try to get turned around and taxi back up to the far end. And welcome to Kinky Creek, everybody. Black Fox, you left your Baron, your beach Baron up here. By the way, in case you were wondering where that was at, it's up here still. I left it alone. I hid the keys in the gas cap. If you need it. Found it! Downwind, can you believe it? And I didn't even have to have any more help than like 5 people that were all helping me out on the chat. I just about opened up my Discord voice just so I could have, you know, actually what happened was I think when Blue Fox took over, that's when things started to happen. So yeah, I may need to kick you out of the navigator seat there, Downwind, and just reserve a spot for Blue Fox. Blue Fox, you know what? In honor of you helping me find this airport, I am going to put a parking spot in here just for you. It'll be yours and yours only. So next time you're up in this area, you'll have your very own private spot. I'm going to taxi up here, and I am going to check my fuel levels just because I want to make sure we have enough gas to make it to Metzel in Montana. And that's going to bring about its own sort of challenges here, everybody. So that, whoops, I got a little too far and got down in the soft mud. Let's get turned around here. Back out on my airstrip. Thought I had a little run-up area. Okay, so let's just go to idle. And, yeah, very own VIP spot. Okay, let me set the parking brake. I need to make a trip to the little Bush Flyers room. And I'll be right back. We'll do some fuel. We'll get on our way to Metzel. Alright, let's take a quick peek at the fuel. I'm just going to do it this way because I don't feel like hopping out. Hour 51 minutes. That took 2.5 hours. So I'm going to put in I'm going to go pretty heavy. I'm going to go 3 hours of fuel. Hopefully it won't take that long. But better to be safe than sorry. And let's take a peek here at what we're doing for the next leg. Hopefully we'll get a little better. That's part of what this is about as well, is just getting better at navigating to different points. So Wyoming 30, that's where we are. Oh, what is Metzel 47, I think? Yeah, Metzel Creek. Yeah, so it's a good thing we're not flying with, I mean, if we were flying real weather, this would be a no-go. So that's part of why I'm leaving that off. So I'm going to turn you off just for the time being. And how do I do this? Close that. Here's what we're going to do. Boy, I wonder what the track... Well, I can tell you what the track looked like. We flew clear the heck down here. We wandered around here for about 30 minutes. Came back to Bear Butte. Came on up and found it right away. So we're going to track, just pretty much follow this road out that's runway heading. We are going to aim for Jackson Lake here. And we could, if we want to, we can use the VOR. I feel less confident about the VOR, to be honest with you. And finding Jackson Lake is going to be a piece of cake because we'll also see the Grand Teton. We can aim for Grand Teton. Then we're going to come up here. We actually have to come to the north part of the lake, and because this terrain here is going to be difficult for us to crest. And then my plan is just this. I'm gonna skirt. I don't really have particular waypoints, but this is some higher terrain. I'm just going to kind of skirt that terrain, and with any luck we'll find the Island Park Reservoir. And then from Island Park, again, we're just looking to kind of skirt this terrain. And I think right here, I've flown around here again, kind of the same way as I just did right here. So you know what? We'll see. But when we get past Island Park Reservoir, and we'll see a little bit of a valley right here. We see this valley. Actually, you know what we could do is this. Perhaps it would be better to do... thank you. Thank you. Perhaps it would be better for us to do this. Maybe we shoot this gap up to Henry's Lake. Yeah, you know what? I think we're going to do that. We'll go Henry's Lake, and then that takes us... We can come across the Red Rock Pass to Upper Red Rock Lake. Yeah, that sounds like a good plan. Once we find these lakes, then we should be able to find Metzel. It's this little farm airstrip right off here. But all right, so does that make sense? We're gonna head runway heading through the low part of the terrain here. Once we get out of the mountains, we'll either see the Grand Teton or Jackson Lake. We'll follow Jackson Lake to the north. We will look to just the first opportunity we have. We're going to turn west, and we're going to stay basically south of this terrain. We're going to follow the terrain around. There's a little bit of a gap here that will lead us toward Henry's Lake. When we get to Henry's Lake, we will turn a little more to the west. And this is a ridge line here that will it's pretty obvious where that's at. So there's West Yellowstone Airport, by the way. That's an Orbix airport, and there's a pretty good freeware one as well from Mr. X that is kind of nice. So all right. Landing lights are coming on. Boom. This is 8,800 feet, so how close are we to... Oh, we're pretty much right there, so I don't think the altimeter's changed a whole heck of a lot. I'm not worrying about making a call. It's just me and Black Fox's Baron 58 down there, so maybe it's Mrs. Fox's Baron 58 now. I don't know. Let's set the flaps to take off. Let's make sure our trim is trimmed out to take off, and everything else I think is looking good. Let's check our Let's check our compasses. I think those look pretty close. That's about 255. That's pretty darn close. It might have spun a little bit. All right. Same deal here. Now let me do this. Flight plan. Wyoming 30 to Montana 47. We'll make KWIS. We'll make that Yellowstone be our alternate. We're going to be rolling here in about 5 minutes. What does SkyVector tell us? An hour and a half, basically, with all the zigs and zags. It's probably only about an hour total, but yeah, we'll try for 10.5 again. We're definitely not. Or VFR, what would this be? Northwest bound, just in case any air traffic control comes online. Filed. Denver Center's online. Darn it, we're in the Salt Lake City airspace. Okay, so big thank you to, by the way, Downwind Sim for helping me in the development of this scenery, and looking forward actually to maybe putting some Blue Fox or Black Fox, you know, custom items up here. This is definitely a very sparse airfield, and could use a little bit of flavor. It's going to be a heck of a takeoff roll, even for Cessna 152. It's a long runway, but we're going to need every ounce of it here just to get enough airspeed here. We're not going to be the usual rotate at 45 or whatever. We're going to need more like about 60. We may have to use a little ground effect also. We'll see what happens when we get over. There's a little bit of a hill here. We should pick up some speed after that. Really enjoying this stupid little airplane. It's a fun one. The mod is awesome. All right, we're getting down there. We're going to go ahead and just pick up. We're going to do a little ground effect. Just try to pick up some speed. And away we go. Just following again the terrain. No real major landmarks until we get kind of up and over, and then we can look for the Grand Teton again. All right, getting a little bit of wind here. Oh, I was going to check to see what the wind was doing, but ATC with that thing, yeah, just barely. You're right, but would have. I don't know how much I'd be talking to him anyway, to be honest with you, because it's completely VFR, and it's, I have the weather turned off, and I'm pretty much out of the way of any major airfields, so it's not like I'm going to need to request Bravo clearance or anything like that. But I better set my timer here. First leg is, just to get out of here, this is a 38-mile leg to Jackson Lake. So, I'm sure we'll be right about that 70-ish, 80-ish range. So, here's the deal. Everybody that's watching, if you just tuned in to see what's going on, this is the obviously the Cessna 152. It is it's got some family significance for me, and so I'm enjoying flying it up here, and I'm just doing a little bit of a low and slow tour. It's called Nowhere Fast. It's a new series I just started. I just completed the first leg of the adventure, and basically I'm heading from my home airport in Riverton, Wyoming, clear up to the Washington State area, because we have a Bush League fly-in event that's coming up next Monday. So it's going to take me several days. Like, this is going to be the last part of this flight, is this next leg to Metzel Creek. Yeah, I just needed an excuse. I was really wanting to fly this thing and get a feel for it. And also just work on things like my bush flying skills, and as you can see, I need some serious work on my pilotage skills. So what a better place to do it than through the mountains of Wyoming and Idaho and up into the mountains of Washington State. But part of what I want to do on this is after I get to the Bush League event and fly around in that next Monday, is just kind of plan where I'm going from there. I don't necessarily have a destination in mind. I don't plan on having this this series be necessarily tied into the Bush League series. I mean, I don't, who knows? Our next Bush League event could be clear the heck out in the Smoky Mountains or something, and I don't have the time to fly the Cessna 152 all over to chase Bush League events, but wing it. But what I'd like to do is I'd like to figure out some cool places that you guys know about that are like within an hour or two of wherever I happen to be in the world. So the place that I'll end up next Monday is Linden Field, and it's clear the heck up in the northern part of Washington. And what I would ask, I guess, is anybody who tunes in or anybody who catches the series on the Discord or anything like that, I guess I would just say, if you know of an airfield that's nearby that's pretty cool, that's not asphalt, that is one of my rules as well. I want it to be a backcountry airport. But if you know of one that would be cool to check out, I want you to tell me about it, because I'd like to that's part of what I'm doing while I'm learning how to fly the plane, is just also seeing parts of the country that I wouldn't normally go see, so that's the other goal of this. And now at some point, I think it'd be kind of fun to be organized enough to just share scenery or share routes or things like that, and I'll definitely do that ahead of time. I had no idea that even there'd be like 3 people in it watching this, but I'm seeing 7 or 8 people in here, so I'll share with you the next couple of destinations, I guess, and what I'm thinking about in terms of how to get there, and then yeah, where in the world is Melvin the Bush Pilot? It kind of was like a little bit of a comedy series there for a second, wasn't it? But yeah, I just want to make it interactive. I mean, it's fun, and part of this is Downwind Sim and I do this kind of stuff all the time. I have a scenery that I build, and I'm like, hey, let's check it out. Or he has a scenery that he builds. He's like, hey, let's check it out. And so we end up just kind of, firing things up, and somebody goes live, and then 3 or 4 of their friends see that they're live, and they're like, hey, where are you guys at? Can we join? And so it's just kind of if anything, it's an extension of that. It's just kind of the spur of the moment. Let's hop in our planes. If we really truly in real life, if we had access to airplanes, I mean, you would do that kind of thing all the time. I've got a couple hours to kill. Let's hop in the plane and go fly somewhere. Where haven't we been? And so that's what I'd like to do. And so anyway, that's the other side of the series that I'm excited about. There's the Grand Teton, by the way. There's Mount Moran, the second highest peak. I think there's 9 or 7 peaks here. I can't name them all, but those 2 I do know. And those are kind of our general directional waypoints, and Jackson Lake just sits kind of at the base of those. Really a phenomenally beautiful area, and lots and lots of tourists, I guess. So has its good points and its bad points. It's interesting. It's a very affluent part of Wyoming. It's like it houses like 90% of the wealthiest people that live in our state live in the Jackson Hole area, and then, but on the flip side, all of the locals that all the families of the original ranches and everybody else, they're like impoverished almost, because they can't afford to live there. Property values have went up, and they can't afford taxes, and the jobs that they have are not necessarily paying for rent, and so it's really a very interesting part of Wyoming, and one of those places. It truly is nice to visit, but you wouldn't want to live there type of deal. I have a lot of coaching and teaching and admin friends that do live there, and they do a great job. They're great people, but I tell you what, it's the dollar doesn't go near as far in their town as it does, say, where other people live, just because of all the affluence. And the sad part is most of the money is out of state money, and the people don't even really live there full time. They just kind of come out to ski, or they come out to get on their houseboat or something like that. So they're there, 4 or 5 weekends a year, and but they think they have to have this multi-million-dollar ranch, or they need to buy hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of acres to keep their privacy. And I'm just like, wow, that's not the mentality that we need here. So, but I digress. Blue Fox, I'm sorry, I don't have anything interesting to talk about, because I don't come this way very often, because I can't stand to be around all the rich out-of-staters and the tourists. We used to come here to ski. There's a couple of really good ski areas. There's Teton Village is where our high school ski club used to come, and we would ski there, and that was a lot of fun. They did give us a good deal for our high school, ski club. Pretty good deal on lift tickets and rentals and things like that. And there's another ski resort that's in town more. It's called Snow Keying, and then we're actually going to fly up next to an area called Targhee. Grand Targhee it's actually in Idaho a little bit, but it's kind of on this same stretch of mountains. So yeah, well, we kind of I don't know, we're kind of like that nagging cough that you can't get rid of, and so that's what happens when they come around us. Yeah, they well, Kenny, I don't know that they do start the wildfires, but sometimes, yeah. I mean, we've had a few people that have been hauling like big trailers up the road, and their tow chains are dragging and sparking, and they're lighting fires along the sides of the road for miles and miles and miles. And yeah, so where in the world is Melvin's Bush Hooligan? Yeah, that's Agent Bravo 7's nickname for us, the Bush Hooligans. Well, we're in Wyoming. We're heading to Montana. We're gonna be it'll be fun. It'll be a lot of fun, guys. I promise you. I will share the entire route when we're done, when we're on the ground. I'll share what it looks like, point to point to point to point type of thing. And I was thinking 3 days, but I might have to have a 4th day, because I think one of my legs is a little bit longer, and I might only have time to do one leg. So this one shouldn't have been as long. I should almost be done with this thing by now if I could have found my needle in the haystack a little bit sooner. But anyway, I digress. It's the danger of giving your wife your Discord friends access to your Discord friends, man, and the truth comes out. That's why the Mrs. First Lady she's not into this, and so she just kind of keeps her distance. Actually, I'm a little bit in the doghouse tonight. I don't know. I said something during the football game tonight that apparently I should have, and when our company left, I kind of got the cold shoulder. I didn't get slugged, but I kind of got that look, and so I think somehow I did something that wasn't good, and I'm in a little bit of trouble. So I'm hiding out down here. What time is it? Oh, it's only 9 o'clock. She's probably not sleeping quite yet. But I'll let you know if I'm in bed or if I'm down here on the couch, on the basement couch. So. But you see how nice that little valley was? I mean, that sucker just takes us right out. So now I know. Look for Bacon Ridge. Look for Klondike Hill. It's big country, though. Boy, oh boy, you can tell just how easy it would be to get turned around. And if you didn't have the vantage point of being up high, That's the only thing that saved me, was I could get up high enough and find those 3 buttes, and you know, just that was what helped me out. But if you're down, you know, in the trees chasing an elk or something, and you get turned around, there's folks that they come up to the mountains and no one ever sees them again. Will I be streaming tonight at midnight? Well, midnight what time? Midnight Eastern? Yes. Midnight Mountain Time where I live? I hope not, because that'd be 3 hours to get to Metzel, and I think I only put 2 hours and 48 minutes of fuel in. So I do hope I am going to try to kind of keep Blue Fox gives Black Fox out. Sorry, man. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. I do want to see the ball drop. Like I'm that guy now. I'm old and like I have these good intentions, and I'm gonna stay up late and you know, toast champagne and kiss my wife on midnight. And it's been years since I've done that. It has literally been years, and I don't. So we used to have DirecTV, and one of the best things about having DirecTV was one of the stations was a New York station, so we could ring in the New Year's at 10 o'clock our time, and that was like, yeah, that was pretty dang awesome. I liked that. So hopefully everybody here has some. All right, yeah, cool, yeah. Thanks for checking in, Kenny. As always, it's a pleasure to have you. And yeah, we'll keep our eyes peeled for you if you can make it back. Cool, man. It'll be good to have you back. So yeah, hopefully everybody else has had a good 2019. I'm not one of those guys that looks back and does a lot of retrospective stuff. I'm also not one of those guys that does a 2020 is going to be the whole new me deal. And yeah, I think the best you can do is the best you can do, and I think the mark of consistency and you know how you act on a day-to-day basis just kind of defines your character, and I think that's you know, that's kind of what's important. And so if you feel like you need to make big changes, rock on, do that. But that's just definitely not me. I'm a pretty simple guy, and you know, I'm just trying to be the best me I can be. It's kind of funny because you have two sort of camps around this time of year. And yes, I do see Jackson Lake right out in front of me. And we're going to try to go to the north of the Tetons here. We got to kind of get out and around there. But you do see those two different camps. You see that one camp that's like, hey, you know, I'm going to focus on, you know, I'm going to be less selfish, and I'm going to focus on charity work, and I'm going to, you know, put others first, and you know, this and that, which is awesome. I mean, that's kind of what we're called to do. As you know, I'm a Christian, and that's what we're called to do, is to love your neighbor as yourself. And that's awesome if that's the shift you want to make. But I also think it's funny because you have the other side that are like, hey, I'm going to be more aware of myself, and I'm going to eliminate the toxic people out of my life, and I'm just going to focus on what's good for me. And it's interesting to see the split. It really veers one way or the other this time of year, and everybody that has their little New Year's resolutions. No changing the Bush hooligans for 2020, or I quit. Nope, that's going to continue for sure. We have no plans to stop either the Bush League events or any of the other just bush flying. It's what I like to do. I know Downwind Sim he's got the bug as well. I know Al South, you know, Black Fox. I know you. I mean, there's a lot of guys. That's kind of why you guys hang out here. Is you like doing that kind of stuff, or you just like watching me cartwheel across Aboriginal strips in Papua New Guinea. That could also be part of it. But yeah, that's going to continue. That's a fun thing. That's really the number one thing I like to do. I'm a propeller head at heart. All right, There, by the way, is the way to Jackson Hole Airport. If you were curious, you actually come in and you fly right down the Tetons. It's really beautiful. Or the other way, I mean, depending on the wind, you might come in and fly up and land to the north. So there are at least 100 places I'd be to fly. Yeah. Yeah, and that, yeah, 100 places. And that just keeps growing. I mean, he, like Downwind just shared a scenery with me today that, you know, I want to hop in and fly, and so yeah, it's just, that's part of what this series is going to be about too. Is I want to know those, like if I'm in Washington, I hope somebody familiar with the area can say, you need to go to this little place. You know, I mean, we all know about Soldier Bar and Johnson's Creek and you know, Upper Loon and all that stuff. Those are definitely, you know, bucket list famous places to fly. But what I want is that, I want that. Well, you'll see what I'm looking for if you stay with me. You know, like a place like Kinky Creek. There, you know, what's the big deal? It's nothing, but it's kind of in my backyard, and I thought it was cool. It's the closest mountain airstrip to where I live, so I thought it was fun to make. And this place called Metzel Creek. I have no idea why I picked it. It was just kind of on the way, and it looked like it was in an interesting place with some cool scenery around it, and it was different. It's a farm strip versus a mountain strip, and so, you know, there's going to be a lot of that. There's going to be some places along rivers. There's going to be some places with some potential sandbar opportunities, and you know, so, but there's nothing I enjoy more than learning little secret spots from the locals. So that's really, really, really what I'm hoping to find once this series gets going. So if you guys know, like I said, Linden, Washington will be in, you know, by next Monday night. That'll be where I'm at, and I'll be looking for my next place to go, and half the fun will be getting a recommendation from somebody. And if I can't find good scenery for it, I have no problems going in and working on it. In fact, I'm kind of enjoying the heck out of that, to be honest with you. Thank you, Downwind Sim, again for your help with that. But yeah, I'd love to renovate an existing scenery and share it with whoever else would like to fly. And we do that all the time, don't we, Downwind? I mean, I don't know how many times we've had just this little spur of the moment, hey, let's go from point A to point B, and by the time we take off, there's 3 other dudes with us, and they've downloaded the you know, the airport pack and the, you know, the little OSM file that they need, you know, and bingo bango, and they're in their whatever plane, and they're right along with us. So that's what makes this type of flying fun. Here's where I miss the autopilot. I would set this sucker on autopilot right now, and I'd go make myself another glass of hot tea if I had the opportunity, but I don't. So I won't. I'm not going to. The wind must be fairly low because I'm really not having to do a whole heck of a lot, and it's trimmed out pretty well. I'm over 11,000 feet. I don't know how that happened, but I'm trying to come back down to 10.5 if possible. Yeah, pretty stable. All right, your controls, Downwind. It's almost tempting to just leave it for a second, but as soon as you do, it starts to list. just a little bit. I don't know if you can see you probably can't quite see the Jackson Hole Airport. It's on the other side of that hill, right through there, basically. This is the Snake River. And there's another place you might have heard of. Right out in this flat area here. This is Antelope Flats. And there is let me see if I can find it here. There's a famous, I think they say it's the famous, most famous barn, or most photographed barn in the world, called the Molten Barn. Let's see if I can find it here for you. I'm trying to find a specific picture here for you. May not be able to. Well, I'm sure you'll recognize it when you see it. Whoops. So you probably have seen this molten barn many a times. I was trying to find. I've stopped there 3 or 4 times and taken pictures of it. And but yeah, that's right there behind us. Of course, there's the Tetons. There's the Grand Teton that we're kind of tracking right there, basically. And then the other sort of famous point is, gosh, I can't spell. Crash here. Let's get leveled out. Oxbow Bend. Sorry. So you probably have seen this picture as well of the Oxbow. That's Mount Moran, which is that mountain peak right there. So that's another famous kind of landmark. If you, it's obviously an extremely photographed area of the world. You've heard of Ansel Adams. He came up to this part of the country and did some phenomenal work early on, and really kind of spurred the popularity and ended up really cementing this as a national park. And so yeah. I've managed to get to every place that he photographed with the exception of one, and it's just because I don't think it's that interesting. But yeah, so if you ever come here, let me know. I'll give you all the famous places. Here's another really fun place to photograph. Schwabacker Landing. There's some ponds and stuff that are really beautiful. So yeah, just some gorgeous places. There's an old church and a couple of, there's all kinds of like old cabins and stuff like that you can take pictures with. Anything that you put the Tetons behind, it's like, yep, that's a keeper. I like that. So I do. That's the whole point. Is I want some of that Fox Kitchen baking. All right, so let's see where we're at here, boys and girls. We are heading to the north end of Jackson Lake, and then our plan was just to kind of scoot through. You can see there's an 81,000 foot, 78,000 foot. As soon as we kind of get here, we can scoot and keep the mountains, kind of the higher terrain. This is the Madison Plateau. Keep that kind of to our right, to our north, and then you can see it sort of, we can follow it along here and head. This is a little bit of a valley. Hopefully will get us up into Henry's Lake area. Yeah, we're basically skirting the Yellowstone National Park up here is what we're doing. So north end of the lake is right up here. This lake, by the way, there's actually I think 3 lakes: Jackson Lake and String Lake, and gosh, I don't remember the other lake. They just kind of keep going. And the last time I was up here, we actually saw a black bear and a grizzly bear. It's been the first. I've lived here all my life. It's the first and only time I've seen either bear in person. And one of them came to get a drink out of the lake, about probably 10 feet away from where my friend was fishing. And my friend never saw or heard the bear, and the bear never saw or heard my friend. It was kind of interesting. There was like this thick brush kind of in between the two of them, and the bear just meandered down and started taking a drink. And there were 3 of us that were fishing. We were kind of all spread along the lake there, and my friend said, "Hey, Reggie, you got a bear next to you." And he couldn't see, and he's like, "Whatever, quit BSing me." And she's like, "No, seriously, you've got a bear next to you." And so at that point in time, there was actually somebody that was canoeing down kind of where we were fishing, kind of past us, and they chimed in too. They're like, "Would you like to come out here and get in the canoe with us?" Because it was right there. It was no more than 10, 20 feet away. And that was probably the time that he finally had that "oh crap" look in his eye, so he started looking around like, what do I do? Because none of us are packing. You can't pack in the national park, and none of us wanted to spend $70 on a canister of bear spray. So he's thinking, how am I going to beat this black bear off with my 6-weight fly rod? And so at that time, my other friend and I decided, well, we're going to go quote unquote rescue him. And so we're walking up the trail. We're probably 100 yards away from him, so we have a little bit of time to get to him. But we're both thinking, yeah, what are we going to do? We're not packing. We don't have any bear spray. We also only have 6-weight fly rods. What are we going to do? So we did the best we could. We made a bunch of noise, and thankfully the bear wanted nothing to do with us, and he skedaddled back, or she, as the case may be, skedaddled back into the woods. And he never did see it or hear it. You could smell it. Those things smell. They reek. And we could see the paw marks, and the bear had actually stepped right over the top of his fishing bag to go down to the lake to get a drink. So it was really interesting. But yeah, I digress. I guess I do have more stories, Blue Fox, about this area than I thought. Let's see. Oh, she's saying there's a danger, and the fox is coming to visit. Both your wife and I can give me the look in stereo. She would actually appreciate the moral support. I don't think she feels like she's always heard when she gives me that look. Like I'm supposed to interpret why I'm in trouble, and then what do I do about it to get out of trouble? And I just don't do a very good job of that. I really truly don't. All right, so I almost feel like we're not quite far enough. Like we're up on the Madison Plateau right here. That's the Madison River, which is a fun river to fish. I haven't fished it right here, but I fished it up closer to Bozeman, Montana, which is another unbelievably beautiful area. So I'm going to come back this way just a bit, and do not encourage my wife, please. Set my timer. I'm north of Jackson Lake. I have a 24-mile leg that I'm hoping will. Yeah, I'm seeing roughly 339, but I feel like I need to be. Well, I want to stay west of the terrain. That was my goal. So let's get on 339 right now. Let's just kind of see what it looks like. And if I'm up here on this plateau, that's okay too. We will. Yeah, maybe that's my terrain. I just need to stay kind of east of that. I don't want to miss. If that's my little chute though to get up to Henry's Lake, I don't want to miss that. So here's what I'm looking at, guys. You guys can tell me. I got out of I feel like I am following this right now, aren't I? I'm probably following this right now. I need to go 281. I need to get down off of this plateau. Yeah, I do. I will. I'm going to. Oh, there's a lake of some sort. I'm going to restart my timer here. 24 nautical miles. I'm making, ooh, look at me making 85 knots. I'm cooking with butter now. All right, I see these two lakes on my map here on my sky vector. Uh-oh, Black Fox just got another look. Black Fox, you ever notice that we don't, if we don't, we tend to get the bad look, but we don't really get the good look anymore. You know, remember in your younger courtship days when you used to get the look and it was the other kind of look? Yeah, I'm up on this plateau, aren't I? I need to get down here. I don't hardly ever get that look. I'm always in trouble. I don't know what's changed in 30 years, but I get in trouble a lot more. All right, 85 knots. All right, Foxes. So glad you guys checked in. I will look for you on TCAS later on. I appreciate the company. Thanks, Blue Fox, for the help. I would still be looking for Kinky Creek right now if you hadn't helped me out. So, yeah, you guys, Happy New Year, Happy 2020, and we'll see you. We'll see you next time, guys. All right, 85 knots, 136 miles an hour. Wow, that's fast. That's pretty good for this little plane. That doesn't seem right. 85. Oh, that's because I wasn't converting from knots to miles per hour. I was converting from miles per hour to kilometers per hour. Okay. 85 knots to miles per hour. That's got to be around 100 though. Yeah, 97.8. All right, so if we need 24 miles, then we're going to need about 14 or 15 minutes. And that should get us, we should be on a 281 though. 281, not a 251. All right. Looks like we're coming down though off of this plateau, which is a good thing. $271, 281, 285. Yeah, we'll overcorrect just a little bit. We'll go about 290 just to overcorrect for that 10 or 15 miles that we flew the wrong heading. And then we'll see, well, hopefully, I don't know. There should be a little bit of terrain, but I guess the terrain, now that I look at this, guys, it's not going to be much to follow. The terrain itself has a MSE of 10.7, which that's about where we are right now, and most of the peaks or most of the elevations are like 86, 89. Down here it's 65. So yeah, I'm basically just gonna be following this Madison Plateau, which I think should be pretty doable. Kind of the lowland right down there. Oh my gosh. Blue Fox, your honor is safe with me, my lady. Now I'm not even going to make the joke about now I know why they're having to leave the stream right now. So I'm not going to make that joke. Boy, I keep wanting to veer past 270. I need to keep myself up 280. This may be trickier to find than I thought. I was kind of thinking that there would be a little more. And now, vectoring west. See ya, Black Fox. Well, if we keep going on a 281, we will eventually run into that Grand Park Reserve, Reservoir, even. And honestly, truly, maybe that's the best way to go. I thought it would be kind of fun to find Henry's Lake, but as I look at this, if we just go here, whoops. Oh boy, what did I just do? If we go, let's just say we stay on 281, we go here, plan that, and here, it's almost like a little bit of a straight shot out of there. Maybe we just do it that way, guys. Just stay on kind of 281. So honestly, let's get rid of this waypoint. Let's do this instead. Which one is that? This one. Let's just see what this looks like. 287 would take us right to that lake, and then let's just get rid of these two guys here. Let's just make it simple. And let's just try that. So if I fly 287 for 40 miles, this is a pretty long lake. It should be pretty simple to find. Yeah, let's try that. Let's try that. So 287. Boy, I keep drifting south. So there's 280, 287. I'm going to go a little bit more like 290 because I've been flying south. So maybe if I just overcorrect a couple of degrees, it'll take us in the direction that we need to go. Kind of feeling like this is Targhee Pass right here. So that's going to be a good thing to kind of keep in mind. We'll definitely see there is a very distinct ridge line that runs to the south of Metzel Creek. So kind of like that road that I thought was going to be really easy for us to find up there at Kinky. Yeah, we're going to look for that. We're going to look for that ridge line here. The tallest mountains on that ridge line are 96 and 99. So if we stay above 10,000, I think we're good. We're like 11.5 right now. So I'd like to come down to 10.5. And then Metzel is 66.91 for its altitude. So still pretty high especially for like a little farm strip that you wouldn't really think is all that. I mean, it doesn't look that high, but it is. I love all the little valleys and almost like badlands in here. That's so cool. I don't have the muffler on, as you can see. Look at that. Look at the exhaust. How cool is that? Really nice to Karen Auto to do an exact rendering of precisely what I look like. I think I'm a little more steely-jawed than that guy. Well, defined there, I guess, downwind sim. If by almost to Island Park Reservoir, then yeah, we are almost there. If by Metzel Creek, no, we got a ways yet. We probably are 50 miles. So, you know, good half hour or so. That's if I get there and find it on the first try. So I'm a half hour from getting to the area, and then 45 minutes or so to actually find the airstrip from there. You know what I probably should do is this. I probably should just pull up on Google Maps, because that actually helped me out quite a bit. Whoops, sorry about that. Instead of just looking at Sky Vector, the sectional. I don't know. Is this cheating? Is this not pilotage? If I'm pulling up Google Maps, also there downwind, all I'm doing is looking at this, just to get a sense of what's around where and all that good stuff. Is that cheating? See, I know there's a little pass right here by Baldy Mountain, and we are trying to find. What are we trying to find? There's Island. This right here, Island Park Reservoir. We're inbound for that, and then we're hoping that we can find a way over the top of the mountains here and find either one of these two. This is like a marshland. It looks like it's like got all kinds of little sloughs and ponds. Find either one of these two, we should be able to find our airfield. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Hey, look, it's good luck. There's another Black Butte. Love it. All right, that's good luck. I got a good feeling about this one, boys. Well, I don't know that it's all boys here left. Only 4 of you are left. I'm assuming it's just you hardcore guys that don't have dates on New Year's, like me, because I'm in trouble. Ooh, I was going to also 40 miles at about 100 miles an hour. Let's just do that calculation real quick here. 24 minutes, so we're 12 minutes in, so we're about halfway to that Island Park Reservoir. We're roughly on the 287-ish heading, I think. Yeah, we're about 290, but we drifted down to the south a little bit, so I'm overcorrecting. No idea what the wind is doing too. That's the hard part, is drift. You know, it's one thing when you're kind of carving through canyons and things like that, you sort of know where you're at, but up here you could be pointed west and the wind could be pushing you to the north. I mean, it's tough to judge. Now those old timers, they would have a way, and you can, I mean, they had drift calculators that they could use, and they could plot courses, and they could determine the wind based on like landmarks. So they would look down, and they would, I don't know how they would do it, but they'd pick something, and they would mark it, and then they would let it go, and then after 30 seconds they'd come mark it again, and they would be able to draw the line and figure out what the drift is, and they got so good at it that they could actually do it when they were flying some of those old planes across open water. They could actually use the waves, and they could get a rough calculation of drift. Just unbelievable old school navigation. I don't have that. I don't. Those skills don't. They're not a part of my backpack. I'm good at spinning yarns, but I have less yarns to spin now that I'm getting into Idaho and kind of Montana. So I'm going to just start making stuff up. I think I see a reservoir. Is that a reservoir? Aha. All right. So we're successful. That's, with any luck, that's Block Island. And then we turn approximately 307 for 23 miles. We're going to hope we can find a spot that's roughly, well, you know, we need 10,000 it looks like. We'll be a little tight here if that's the case, but we're 10.5 right now, so I think we're going to be okay. Actually 10.8. Wait, what are we? Yep, 10.8. We'll get down to 10.5. Kind of call it good. Then we'll try to make our approach into, by the way, Downwind Sim, the new and improved Metzel Creek Ranch. Wait until you see how it looks. You think you hate it now, but wait until you drive it. It used to stick out like a sore thumb because of the scenery, the ortho scenery that I had to use in the rendering process. But I was able to, with Downwind Sim's help, I was able to kind of figure out a little bit of a blending process that actually I think made it look pretty darn good. Really excited about being able to use that on some of the other sceneries that I have. All right, 12.5. So it looks like I can maybe hit either this saddle here or this saddle here, and one of those is going to get me where I need to go. I'm probably going to opt for this guy because that will put me hopefully a little to the east of the two reservoirs that are there. This is kind of what I'm thinking. I'm seeing this saddle here and this saddle here. So maybe it's best if I try to aim for that guy, because then once I kind of get through that little pass, then I can hang a left and I'll probably see the reservoir here. I'll just think about it. I don't think I'll be wrong either way. We're going to just aim for it right now as it is. Plus it looks maybe just a little bit lower. Yeah, I think I'll aim for that one just a little bit to the right. Now I could go there. That would take me kind of back toward Henry's Lake, but then I still have to go over the top of the mountains, so there's no point really in going. That doesn't save me anything. It just takes me around the corner. It actually takes me a little out of the way, to be honest with you. So I think we'll go ahead and we'll stay right on this course. Let's not get below 10,500. I don't even have a VOR that I'm tracking. I have one here though that I could just for purposes of, so if I come off of this is a different Dubois, by the way. This is Dubois, so they may say Dubois, Idaho. I'm going to say Dubois. 16.9er, and look at this, 008 puts me fairly close. So like 005 ought to be just about right on the moolah. Let's put that in just as a reference. 16.9er. And 005 on the outbound. almost due north. Okay, so just out of curiosity, I'm gonna plug that in and see how close we are when we get there. So I'm changing my mind. I think I'm gonna shoot for the middle. I'm gonna shoot for the middle here. So now that I look at this, I think actually, so I see one. Okay, so I see one here, one, and then two, and then three. Now that I get a little closer, so I think what I have here is 1, 2, 3 right there. So I am going to aim for the middle one. So I'm probably not going to use the VOR at all, but it'll just be a little reference for us. So I'm going to aim for the middle. That is, by the way, approximately 14 miles. Golly, take your eyes off of this sucker for 1 second here, and you're tail spinning somewhere. 14 miles as we get past the reservoir. So, 8 or 9 minutes, 10 minutes maybe. This is neat country in here. I have not spent really any time in this part of the neighborhood. It's just right there. It borders Wyoming, but I have never, a little known fact, I have never been to Idaho. Literally the next state over. I have been within 5 miles of the border. There's a road that goes north and south that we traveled often for coaching, but I have never been in the state of Idaho. Little known fact. It's too bad Blue Fox is gone. That was another little historical trivia thing that would have been very interesting for her, I'm sure. Before we get any further, something I forgot to do that I normally do is let's take a look at the VAT-tastic map and see what's going on. You're probably already taking advantage of some New Year's Eve flying. And of course, Denver's online, Seattle's online, even Vancouver's online, but no Salt Lake City. So I think this is where we're at here. Yep, right there. I got the big heavies flying over the top. Well, that's a EA-50. That's a business jet, right? There's a Pilatus. There's a 320. Yeah. Oh, that guy's going into Yellowstone, so he's taking his Embraer. Yeah, fancy pants. But yeah, so here's what's happening in the rest of the world. Just in case you're looking for a place to fly. Chicago with a little weather, having some fun. Memphis is on. Well, the East Coast kind of shut down. That surprises me just a little bit. And I'm doubting that, yeah, Europe, everybody's gone to bed. It's middle of the night. Happy New Year. Woohoo. Oh, got some Australian. Melbourne. Awesome. There's a place I'd like to fly some more. Ooh, and the rarity. Nothing in South America tonight. Ah, but there is Anchorage. So yeah, you've got a few choices. If you're still looking for a place just hanging out till New Year's. All right, are we over the reservoir yet? Are we past the reservoir? We're right over the top of it right now. Okay. We're heading for not this gap on the right, but the gap right on our 12 o'clock. We're at 10,700, so we're plenty high. And don't really need to start the timer because we can see it. That's not in doubt. get over the top of that. Looks like we have Red Rock Lakes, Upper and Lower Red Rock. I don't know what the middle one is here, but Upper Red Rock Lake here, Lower Red Rock Lake here, and Middle Red Rock Lake, maybe. We need to start descending though in a hurry. 6691. So we'll have 4,000 or so feet to lose. And boy, I wonder what the weather conditions would be around here. No idea. Absolutely no idea. The way my plane keeps kind of wanting to go to the right, or excuse me, lift up on the right, it almost makes me feel like maybe the wind is coming a little bit out of the north, which would actually favor a straight-in approach for us. Kinky didn't have any kind of a windsock, and neither does Metzel. So we're sort of just, yeah, we're sort of just going to have to come in and have a look. I might have to end up doing a pattern anyway, just cause, I don't know. It's dropping that much, only 9 miles after you sort of crest the hill here. Dropping 4,000 feet in 9 miles. I'm not sure how doable that is. Might be a little bit too big of an ask. Oh my goodness. Ralph wasn't kidding when he said he had me on the big screen. I feel honored. Really, truly. I'm looking at the Discord, getting caught up with Black Fox's messages to Downwind Sim. His wife looking forward to more story time with flights. Yeah. Old guys who spin yarns. All I'm missing is a rocking chair. All right, as much fun as it was to find Kinky, I think I'm looking forward to this a little bit more, just because of the blend that I was able to do with the airfield into the existing scenery. So that's, until you fly into it, you don't really have a true sense of what it looks like. I thought Kinky Creek looked okay. I was happy with the effect of the grass and the trees, and oh, I forgot to look. I put a brown bear up there by Kinky Creek. So if you're in the Kinky Creek area, you have my scenery. I will tell you at the end of one of the runways, I'll even give you that hint, there is a bear, so be careful. Not a good place to get out and do the walk around. All right. Something else I forgot to do on the descent last time is turn on the carb heat. Need to make sure I do a better job of that. All right, descent planning. We're going to crest this hill. We're going to try to lose 3,000 of the 4,000 feet right away. We're going to decrease our speed. We're already almost in flaps range. Try to get our speed down to 70 first and then start our descent. I may even toss in a notch of flaps since it's only 9 miles. And then we're going to attempt to find the middle Red Rock Reservoir, and we're going to stay to the we're going to kind of vector ourselves northwest off of that. Approximately 317 heading. do have the VOR tuned just in case, although it kind of lied to me up on the top of the mountains. And if we are successful in locating the field, we will be on a right base, almost a right 45 to base. So really almost a down base wind, made famous by our friend Slant Alpha Adventure. But I'd like to, if we can find the landing strip, I'd like to enter a right base for the north approach. Even though the south approach would end us up closer to the where I think the hangar is. That's okay. Alright, so just about over the top of the hill here. Check the temps and pressures. Fuel levels, everything's looking great. I left my landing lights on. I really didn't need to, but that's okay. They are... Oh no, I didn't. I'm going to turn them on now. No, we're above 10,000. Alright, let's bring the power back. Start our descent. I believe I see one of the reservoirs. Kind of interesting here. Is this upper or middle, I wonder? That looks to me like upper. The one on our 12 o'clock is middle. So we're looking at, what did I say, about 317. Pull the power back a little more. We actually sped up a little bit as our nose went down. Alright, but if that's middle, we need 317 off a middle reservoir, so we don't want to be going clear the heck up there. So there we go. We'll go to middle and we'll start 317. I'm thinking we're kind of over in this area right here. Yeah, that would have been kind of a fun pass to fly through, I guess, wouldn't it have? That's okay. This, by the way, this is a little Red Rock Creek that runs through here, so we can also just sort of follow that if we need to. Again, the goal is to get down. We need to be about 7,800 here in just a little bit. Uh-oh. I didn't apparently turn my auto notification thing off. Sorry about that. Okay, 317. I think we're approximately over where whatever this is. Maybe this is why it's doesn't have a name, because it doesn't look like it really has much water in it, just kind of a swampy area. Whoa. About 317 right in there. And can't be more than about 3 or 4 miles here. I think we're getting close. There's a little farmhouse on the south side, some buildings, and then a little road that runs north of the airstrip. we're still plenty high. I'm going to toss a notch of flaps in here. Alright, carb heat. Let's see if we can actually remember to do that this time. It's coming out. Try to slow down a little bit. Normally, I'd be able to see it by now, but the scenery blends too well. Ooh, I think I see it. That looks airstrip-ish over there, doesn't it? No, that's not it. Okay, keep our 317 heading. Looking for 7,800. We're just about 500 to go. Unfortunately, this doesn't have really any trees around it. It's just pretty much farmland and just kind of, it's got like a couple of wetland, swampy sloughs that kind of run through it also here. So, but if I'm looking for, like I say, there's a little bit of a building, kind of a, oh, is that it? No. It's kind of what I'm looking for though. It's like a little ranch. Where are you, Metzel? Alright, we'll just fly up and down this. It's right off this river here as well, so we'll try to trim out at 75 or 7,800. Just kind of fly. I don't know if we've quite gone far enough. As I look on my, well, it's a little ways off, I guess, isn't it? I kind of flew over the top of this little area, and then there's kind of like a little drainage that comes up here. So maybe I need to find that little stringy drainage area. I don't know that I did find it. I've already flown over it. We'll stay nice and slow as we look for it. There's something that kind of heading up that direction. And again, the airstrip runs basically north and south. So pretty much perpendicular. We're pretty much on the right base right now. If it's out in front of us here somewhere, it might be behind us. We may have went too far. We'll keep looking. Alright, this has some potential right in here. Like right in this area here. Do I see there's a little bit of a windy creek. I think this might be it, guys. Okay, let's stay, whoops. Not positive yet though. There it is. I think that's it. Yep, that's it. Okay, so let's cut some power. Let's see if we can approach this. Metzel Creek traffic, November 11816, right base, excuse me, final for the north approach, Metzel Creek. And we may be too high here, guys. Second notch of flaps coming in. Nice long runway though, so if nothing else, we may just end up touching down the runway a little bit here. All right, final notch. Yeah, we're awful quick still. pretty high, but I think we have enough runway here to be okay. Whoa, drifting a little bit. Yeah, I think we're going to be okay. All right. Not a bad touchdown. Just your basic grass farm strip. Definitely looked pretty good, I thought, though, from the air. The scenery blended well. Now the long taxi back, and I'm not going to do a replay because the last time I did a replay in this plane, it went all haywire. So we're just going to kind of head back and get everything shut down. And I will tell you, though, I'll share with you the flight plan for the rest of the way. Excuse me. All right, clean up the flaps. Carb heat can, oh, it's already off. Landing lights come off. Transponder 1200, it can come off. Fun plane, fun flight. Whoever's still here, thanks for tagging along. Took maybe 45 minutes longer than I had planned, but you know what? That's just what happens sometimes. And it was still cool to wander around the mountains there of Wyoming. This is a nice place. This is a heck of a place to have a ranch, that's for sure. A lot of room. Alright, we'll come down here to whatever these buildings are, and my parking that I set up was just kind of over here by this building on the right. So we'll stay on this side of the fence line. Yeah, we'll just come over here. Park on this side. I have no idea if this is where they park. I couldn't find really any kind of a hangar, so I'm guessing they probably either taxi in through the gate or they come and pull it in, store it in one of the barns. My guess. But this will work for tonight. Okay. Parking brake set. Throttle 1200. Let's turn all the electrical equipment off. Mixture to idle cutoff. Turn that off. And yeah, I think we're there, you guys. I do want to do this. Let's have a look at the map, just out of curiosity. I want to know how badly I wandered. Oh, I probably won't be able to. Oh, you can kind of see it a little bit. There was our wayward, and Wyoming 30 is right there. So sure enough, we went right by it, went too far, checked this little spot, couple, 3 or 4 different draws, and then we came back up and found it. Well, that was fun. This definitely went a lot better, was a lot more on track. We found it the first shot, so that's cool. That's what we want. Okay, so like I said, I want this to be interactive, and so this is where I'm going, and I'm going to just share with you just exactly where I plan to fly. So we've done already. It'll be the start was again my home airport. The the ending is going to be Linden, which is 38W, which is up there in Washington. So that's kind of where we're going, point A to point B. 682-ish miles. We went to Kinky Creek, Wyoming 30, and then we went to Metzel Creek, Wyoming 47 tomorrow, or the next time. I don't know if I have to look. But the next time I fly, which will be in the next day or two, we're actually going to Lewis and Clark airstrip in Idaho, 8ID8. Then to Big Island, ID 29. Then we'll go to Tight Cliff, which is 16WA, and Stehekin State, 6S9, and then that'll be us. So there's the flight route essentially. And again, I would encourage anyone who wants to fly with to do just that. Downwind Sim, Happy New Year. Thanks for hanging out, my man. Thanks for a great year in Flight Sim, and I can't wait to see how much trouble we get into in 2020. Take care, my friend. So there you go. Boom, 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 all the way up. And as you can tell, we are, we're here. This is Metzel Creek, and we have some fun kind of fly through and around and about and try to get through the mountains here. And then same thing, try to fly through here and around to get to, this is Lewis and Clark. This is Big Island, and then up here some different challenges as we have some airspaces to contend with to get into Tight Cliff, and then Stehekin State is up here, and this is gorgeous. And anyway, up all the way up to Linden. So yeah, that's the plan, and again, whoever would like to come along for the ride is welcome. I will post updates in my Discord channel. Look for the updates in the channel in the server called Propeller Heads, and just let's have some fun with this, because this could be pretty darn awesome. But that's it for me tonight. I am tired. I think I'm going to bed myself. Happy New Year! If you made it to midnight, you are a rock star. But if not, you're just like me, and that's cool. We'll see you again very, very soon. I'll be looking for you on the TCAS, everybody. Take care. God bless.